Again, good afternoon. Now, I will say some opening words to make some explanations about the concept, the goals of this event, and more broadly about the goals of this Jean Monnet module that I could work on thanks to the generous support of my institution. This is the final event of the Jean Monnet module in acting. This module was accepted for funding in 2021, and basically it has aimed to build on existing knowledge in order to get a less fragmented, more comprehensive understanding of the meanings, functions, and purpose of Article 2 values within the composite constitutional order of the European Union. Which are its let's say, underlying ideas. Some years ago, back in 2013, 2014, I was working on my doctoral thesis, and I was studying something related, the relevance of constitutional homogeneity and homogeneity clauses in federal orders. And I was focusing on German federalism, the German debate about homogeneity within the federal state. And I came across an academic debate with some ever-recurring questions. What are the links between the homogeneity clause in Article 28 of the Basic Law and the eternity clause in Article 79, paragraph 3 of the Basic Law of the Federal Republic of Germany? Do their contents coincide or not? What are the links between federal homogeneity and the limits to the constitution amending powers? Answers have varied over time, also because of changing attitudes with regard to the function, the scope of the unamendable core of the Constitution. Other authors, including Erhard Denninger, argued that the homogeneity clause in Article 28 performs a function similar to that of other tools, quite well-known tools of the German model of militant democracy, basically the quite controversial notion involving a form of an active stance and possibly also a militant stance against the enemies of the constitutional order. So homogeneity seemed to refer to something else, to something more than just the internal balance of the federal constitutional order. And since then, I have tried to apply this interpretive framework to Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union and more generally to the founding values of the European Union. These values have been at the very crossroads of multiple constitutional discussions and multiple constitutional conflicts that have contributed to shaping the evolution of the composite constitution of the European Union over the last few years. And so this is the very first premise on which this conference is based. What role do the EU's values play in areas other than the constitutional crisis in Hungary and Poland? But of course, the list may be a bit longer. I will just mention Romania, for better or for worse, having in mind the recent decisions of administrative bodies and the Constitutional Court regarding hopeful candidates in the upcoming presidential election. So today and tomorrow we will have presentations on Article 2 in the Law of European Political Parties and Political Foundations, about European values in migration law, in European criminal law, with a presentation given by our director. The role of the core values of the European Union in the complicated process of withdrawal of a member state, of a full member state from the European Union, and let's say the long-term effects, the legal long-term effects, with, of course, a specific focus on the case of the United Kingdom. So national constitutional crisis, of course, in many respects, lie at the very heart of some of these debates. If you think, for instance, of the case law of the Court of Justice regarding asylum or regarding the European arrest warrant, but we are looking, let's say, also in other directions. The second premise is, right now, we are confronted with a number of emerging problems. As I have said on other occasions, the rule of law crisis, the constitutional backsliding crisis, is just one of several crises that have hit the European Union in the last 15 years or so. And I think we can agree on the fact that it has been quite long. So some of the problems that were being discussed by scholars, politicians, activists, journalists 12 or 13 years ago are still there, possibly, let's say, in different forms, but it has been quite a long crisis. So possibly we shouldn't only discuss about crisis, but also about some form of transformation, possibly, of our legal orders. And it has been a multifaceted crisis. So with several problems arising and several more or less successful attempts to cope with it. This conference aims to map some of the emerging problems in this debate, which sort of show that we are in a, let's say, mature stage of this debate. So, for instance, the judicial treatment of the basic values of the European Union in courts, or the multiple doubts raised by the initiatives to restore the rule of law in those member states where, let's say, populist or anti-system forces have suffered an electoral defeat and have been replaced by different administrations which are confronted with the multiple, let's say, issues and questions raised by the let's say, laudable effort to restore the rule of law. There is also the financial dimension of this debate, so the conditionality, financial conditionality is a tool to, let's say, force to persuade member states to cope with some basic rule of law standards. So these are more or less the two axes of this conference. And another point, I have highlighted the relevance of the rule of law, but of course, the founding values of the European Union are something, rule of law, and something else, and possibly something more. So this is, I think, a methodological caveat we should always have in mind in our conversation. So it's a constellation of values, including democracy, dignity, fundamental rights, as Professor Morgante has just mentioned, and we should be aware that it isn't just about the crucial value of the rule of law. I'm welcoming Professor Faraguna, who has found his way from Rome. So now, I have, let's say, exhausted my time. Now we have in our schedule an introductory keynote given by Professor Matej Avbelj on Article 2 TEU in an increasingly politicized union. Matej Avbelj is a full professor of European law at the University in Ljubljana, Slovenia, where he has served as a prorector. He has been a senior researcher at the Study Center for National Reconciliation in Ljubljana. He's an old acquaintance of the Scuola Sant'Anna, and before this, he got a PhD in constitutional theory and EU law from the European University Institute in Florence, and an LLM from New York University. His research focuses on constitutional theory, a theory of the EU Constitution, the rule of law. In 2020, a monograph co-written with Jernej Černić was published by Matej Avbelj on, let's say, challenges and issues in the rule of law with a specific focus on a relatively less known case that is Slovenia. So, Professor Avbelj, thank you for being here, and I'm just giving you the floor.
Professor Morgante, dear friend Giacomo, colleagues and friends, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here. Can I stand?
Yeah, sure.
I'll just move this a little bit.
Stay close to
and also, hello to those who are online. Pietro Faraguna seems to be in two worlds. I put my timer on so that I do not speak for too long. So first of all, congratulations for the project. Congratulations for the workshop today. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, I always like and actually love to come back to Pisa. Tuscany feels a little bit like home. But at the same time, every invitation comes with a price. Not for the organizers as well, but also for the one who's invited. And this time around, I thought the price was quite high. And let me tell you why. Because Giacomo actually invited me and he offered me with a task. You faced me with a task which is not really easy. First of all, my keynote was supposed to enrich this debate and to say something critical about the Article 2. And at the same time, and the title of the workshop is offering new perspectives to Article 2 on the European Union. And imagine, and maybe this makes my task even harder from the third perspective, offering new perspectives to a very knowledgeable audience, to the people who studied Article 2 a lot and who have actually been protagonists of Article 2 in practice. So I thought to myself, what can I say meaningfully about this challenge that I had to take up? What I'm going to do is what I like doing. And what I like doing is going beyond scratching just on the surface. I'm not going to repeat the well-known conventional narratives about Article 2. I'm also not going to re-describe what the Court of Justice of the European Union has done with the article and all sorts of developments that have ever since taken place in the member states. I'm not an expert in that. Other people have first-hand experience. They will share this perspective with you. I would like to dig a little bit deeper. And I'd like to do so to go beyond, to go below the surface, to arrive at a little bit deeper understanding of why these problems that we've been facing for more than a decade, why they have actually been happening. And by arriving at this deeper understanding, we might be also arriving at a little bit better solutions for the problems at hand. Because, as I said, a lot has been written, a lot has been said, even a lot has been done with regard to Article 2, but sometimes, and frustratingly so, to little avail. Very little has actually changed in practices out there. I'm not suggesting that on the basis of my talk, things will change in practice, but I'll try to offer a more in-depth reflection on the issue, and then maybe we'll have some new ideas of how to proceed. So how are we going to proceed? How do I do it? Okay. So as all good things are three, also my presentation today will be broken down into three parts. First, I'm going to and reconstruct Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. This will take me to the discussion of the notion of politicization. It wasn't me who came up with that, it was Giacomo who said, speak about politicization, speak about Article 2 in the context of a growing politicization in the European Union. And while doing so, we have to understand what we actually mean by it. Because as I will show, there's not just a single understanding of politicization. Politicization is not necessarily something bad, because years ago, and I consider myself already a little bit older, years ago, we in the European Union actually yearned for politicization. European Union wasn't, believe it or not, political enough. So I'll speak a little bit about that. And then to end this talk, if I do not run out of time, otherwise I might say a little bit about that during the discussion, I will take up the Leninist question, and that is sto delat. So what to do, what's next, where the European integration against these problems and on board with them might head in the future. Okay, that's the plan. So let's start with Article 2. Already Professor Morgante has spoken about it, and we should, I think, reread it once more to really print it into our imagination as long as it's not there already. So Article 2 reads as follows. The Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. These values are common to the member states in a society in which pluralism, non-discrimination, tolerance, justice, solidarity, and equality between women and men prevail. To many, and myself included, this is the content of Article 2 is nothing more than a mere truism. And truism is, if you look up into the English dictionary, English language dictionary, truism stands for a statement which is obviously true, but says nothing new or interesting. And I will call this the conventional wisdom related to Article 2, the so-called, let's call it the truism conception of Article 2. And according to this truism conception of Article 2, and these are my words, I wrote them somewhere else, not here today, Article 2, which today enumerates the common values of the EU, has thus had a decades-long period of gestation and is an outcome of a deliberate process involving cooperation and full commitment on behalf of the member states and the supranational institutions. The common values, the truism conception argues, the common values contained in Article 2 are alpha and omega of the integration, and at the same time, they set the standards for its functioning. Drawing from the cultural, religious, and humanist inheritance of Europe, these common European values have developed as universal and stand as a source of inviolable and inalienable rights of the human person. By way of the Copenhagen criteria, adopted in 1993, the respect of these values is also one of the key criteria for accession to the EU. Envisaged already in the 1984 draft Treaty on European Union, since the Treaty of Amsterdam in 1997, the EU also provides for a sanctioning mechanism in case these common values come under a systemic threat or are actually systematically undermined in the member states. So, if the reality was really like that, we wouldn't have this conference today. And my argument is that in reality, there have always been some difficulties with the values of the European Union. Not just most recently, where we had like an uproar and a total clash about them, a Kulturkampf, as I will argue later on. But if we are a little bit historically minded, and if we look a little bit at the history of the evolution of this Article 2, the way we got there, we realize that it never went without problems. There were always, as I describe them, skirmishes, bickering, and contestation. And to prove this hypothesis, let me walk you, I don't have much time, a little bit through the history of the common values development in the European Union, and walking you through the history by invoking a formula There are many people who claim that law is not mathematics, but sometimes formulas work also in the field of law. And the formula that I have in mind is a formula which depicts, which argues in favor of an intrinsic connection between the existence of common values and the viability of European integration. So, according to this mathematical formula of the value viability relation in the European Union, every mode of human cooperation requires some sort of starting point where humans agree that they are starting from something that they find valuable. And these are the common input values of the cooperation. Then these humans agree that as they will be cooperating, they have to be living up to certain value standards that will guide their cooperation. And these are the throughput values of cooperation. And the humans also agree as they're cooperating that they want to produce certain value outcomes. And these are the output values of the cooperation. And if we situate this general mathematical formula of values viability of the European integration in the context of the European integration, we could see that the more the European integration progressed, the more there was deepening and widening of European integration, the greater need there was for these fundamental common values to be ever broader, ever firmer, ever more encompassing. So at the beginning of the integration process, in order to become a member of the European Union, the only requirement which was imposed on a participating state was nothing more, nothing less, to be a peace-loving nation. Because the object and purpose of the integration, the output result, was to be the perpetual peace, right? But as we progressed, as the integration deepened, the more the economic integration took sway, the more competencies have been transferred on the level of the European Union, not just the input, but also throughput and output values had to be deepened as well. And we know, because I don't have too much time to go in all the historical details, the one anecdote, a real life anecdote from this formula is, of course, the human rights protection development in the European Union, right? Because of the claimed primacy of EU law, the national constitutional courts, specifically the German Constitutional Court, required from the European Union, if it wanted to preserve its primacy over the nationally value-laden constitutions, to develop some sort of a structural congruence in terms of human rights protection with the national legal orders. This was a Solange 1 development. So there the national courts required the European Union to deepen its own value predicaments. But once this has been done, the European Union has developed its own standards of human rights protection and imposed these standards back on the member states when they were acting within the scope of EU law. And all of a sudden, you had what started out as a skirmish in terms of value protection from the national level to the supranational level. It traveled back as bickering from the supranational level to the national level, and there was this consultation which human rights and which standard of human rights, supranational or national, will actually prevail. So there was this contestation there from the very beginning, at the very heart of the integration. And I could enumerate many other examples where the life of European Union as a value-based community was never really as rosy as one would want to depict it to this truism conception. Later on, also more of ideological kind and deeper disagreements were revealed. And especially, and again, this brings back all the good memories at the UI, we had the discussions about the future constitution of Europe. And those who were around there or who studied at the time, they would remember there was a huge outcry whether the preamble will contain a reference to Christianity. And there were others who were saying there shouldn't be no such reference, and that we are actually developing a secular union. So there was already a major, if you wanted, a Weltanschauung strife between those who wanted to be more conservative and recognize the pet dependency of Europe tracing its roots back to Judeo-Christianity, and others who are saying, no, we've created something in the spirit of the French Revolution, and we have to carry on from there. So this tension, the value tension, has been always there. But even if it was there, nobody could imagine at the time that we would have a direct assault, a direct contestation, and the very conceptual undermining of the meaning and application of the truistic values in Article 2. But this has happened. We've seen systemic threats, and we've seen the operationalization of systemic threats in practice. And even though Barroso was still capable of saying that Article 7 is a nuclear option, so it's a nuclear bomb, you never use it, because if you use it, you destroy the world in which you live in, it was used, right? So something apparently happened. The contestation became much more acute, and the European Union, as a constitutional order, reacted vigorously against it. Madame von der Leyen said, we have to stop this. Our common values are not just our common values, they're the very soul of Europe. And the Court of Justice of the European Union suggested that this is our immutable constitutional identity. This was the case against Poland and Hungary. And in another case, in the Republika case, it was saying there is a principle of non-regression. We achieve these values, you achieve these values as you become a member of the European Union. There is no scope, no room in the legal order of the European Union to drift back, to backslide. So the principle of non-regression. What can we make of it? What kind of lesson can we draw from it? Is there a takeaway for this? Is there a specific takeaway that I want to use for this particular keynote lecture? Just one, and a very modest one. And I think, if anything, if we move beyond this truism conception of Article 2, if we move beyond it and take into account and become cognizant of the way things have developed, it is clear that European Union has always been a normative project. And invoking normativity, this brings me now to the second part of this lecture, namely to politicization. So what is politicization? There are many phases of politicization in various contexts, national political contexts. But within the sphere of the European Union, development of European integration, I think we could identify at least 3 different meanings of politicization. 2 of them bear some sort of a positive connotation. 2 of them come with a negative connotation. Which are the 4 meanings? So we could think of politicization as the mode of reclaiming of normativity of the integration. Then secondly, politicization as a democratization. Thirdly, politicization as partitocracy. And fourthly, politicization as a coup against political liberalism. Let me take them up one by one. First, politicization as the reclaiming of normativity. When I said that if there's one story, one takeaway from this historical development of European integration in terms of skirmishes, bickering, and contestation related to common values, the takeaway is that EU is a normative project. And you nodded, at least some of you nodded. Giuseppe nodded, but he's friendly. I don't know what others think, right? But if I say that EU, if you nodded, and most of you would nodded, and if I said that the statement that EU is a normative project is also a truism today, this wouldn't be the case in the 80s and still in the 90s. The way EU law has been taught, even practiced, and the way the European integration has been presented, at least in the circles that I'm familiar with, the impression was as if the process of integration is some sort of a perpetual mobile. It's something that actually develops by itself. There was supposed to be an ever closer union between the peoples of Europe. And what matters, we were told, not the destination, but the journey. As long as we are journeying together, we should be happy. And of course, we are journeying together in a very politically neutral, value-free, neutral way. And obviously, we all know and all knew at the time, the critical voices knew at the time and raised their voices saying, this cannot be the case. We're all humans. We're made of flesh and blood. We have our own Weltanschauung, and even as academics, we're all political in the broader sense of the word. So we all have conceptions, we all have belief how the European Union should look like, right? And we are translating our political beliefs into practices. If we demonstrate it or not, but better demonstrate it because it's true. So it turned out, of course, that the technocratic mode of integration, of European integration, the technocratic mode of governance was, of course, not politically neutral. It was furthering certain political goals, certain political consequences. Those who are more socially oriented, they would, of course, argue and insist that markets are not politically neutral. And we established that the core, the heart of the European Union was the single market, where in the old Smithian traditions, the demand and the supply meet as an invisible hand. And even if that was true, and probably it's not, the consequences produced are deeply political, redistributed. So the argument was, we have to reclaim and recognize the normativity of the European integration. The European integration is a political animal too. We have to make that clear. And if it is a political animal, it has to be legitimized as the states as political animals are legitimized. And that is through the means of democracy. And this brings us now to the second meaning of politicization, politicization as democratization. As far as I can remember, probably from the early 70s on, the European Union has been recovering, has been removing its proverbial democratic deficit. Whatever that means, it means different things to different people. But once you agree, the European integration is not just a technocratic process. Once you agree, it's not just an economic process. Once you agree that there are different visions, conservative, progressive, liberal, social, leftist, ultra-leftist, I don't know what kind of position of the European Union, then there has to be a political democratic framework to get these positions on board. Then you also have to solve the democratic conundrum of the European integration. And lots of things have been done to democratize the European Union, especially in the institutional dimension. And I think the epicenter of removing of the European democratic deficit has been, of course, around the European Parliament. First, we created the direct elections since 1979. Then the European Parliament, we really worked laboriously to invest it with as much competences as possible to become a co-equal legislature. And then we wanted to ensure that this parliament also has a meaningful say on the election of the president of the European Commission. So there was the Spitzenkandidaten invention. And finally, we ended up with something that would be still 10 years or maybe at least 15 years ago, unprecedented. We ended up, believe it or not, with a political commission. When I teach EU law, there is a nice clip on YouTube where the title is "The Presidents of the EU Institutions, How do the Presidents of the European Institutions see the European Union?" So the Presidents of the European Institutions explain to us what their institution is about. It was still the Barroso Commission, and Barroso still says in that clip, "Oh, there are no different ideological views in the Commission. And if you ask me, my party is Europe. My party is Europe." Fast forward it a couple of years, and there's Juncker, and he says, equally proud, eventually, finally, we created the political commission. And the academia more or less clapped, not to Juncker, for various reasons, but the academia was happy because eventually we stopped pretending that in Brussels we have some sort of technocracy which is not politically and democratically accountable. Finally, we have a political commission that will be as such closer to the people, and the people will be able to control it. All of that might be true or not. I don't know. People are not that enthusiastic about the European election, only when they want to push the populists out. That's a good sign. But imagine now, we have created a political commission. The commission is now explicitly political, no longer just the technocrats, as they used to be, as they were envisaged by Jean Monnet in the 50s. Now we have the political commission, aka like a government. And this commission has one of its main competences of the European Commission is to be the guardian of the treaties. So the main public prosecutor against the member states of the European Union is the European Commission, which is a political body. And this European Commission has explicitly and rightly so a discretion to decide whether to bring a challenge against a member state or not. As long as this was a technocratic commission, and as long as it had to live up to the technocratic standard, or at least pretend to be living up to the technocratic standard, there will be nothing objectionable. But once you have, imagine your government, a political body being in charge of bringing suits against potential perpetrators or violators of the law, then problems get created. And this brings me now to my third point here about politicization. Politicization as partitocracy. One of the important elements of democratization of the European Union was also the establishment of a truly and proper European political parties. We always claimed, in line with Habermasian demands, we want to have a European public sphere. There can be no proper European election if the political mambo jumbo is done just on the national level, and there is no proper European political space. And there can be no proper European political space without European political parties. So we created those, and in the image of those, also a political body, the European Commission, was created. But as we know from the member states, and politicians are, of course, like all of us, men of flesh and blood, and women, men and women, flesh and blood, and what they want to maximize most is they want to maximize their powers. They want to maximize their power. Of course, politics is not just about maximization of power. But if politics growingly become just about maximization of power, maximization of factional political interests, maximization of a particular political good against and losing any consideration of the common good, yet allow the conception of what is right or wrong, then we speak about partitocracy. And we're all familiar with this pervasive phenomenon in our countries, but I think it's also crept into the process of European integration. And we could see it, I think, also when it gets to the enforcement of the article with which this lesson started. And I think the paradigmatic example is the dropping of the nuclear bomb, of the atomic bomb, Article number 7. Who was Article 7 first used against? Was it Hungary that started the collapse of this shared idea of the common European value space? Or was it the country that notoriously wanted to create Budapest in Warsaw after the project there has already succeeded? Article 7 was first used against Poland in 2016, and only 2 years later against Orban in Hungary, even though the Poles learned their lesson from the Hungarians. How is that possible? For the reasons of political power play. Orban was long enough in the European People's Party. The European People's Party, in order to protect its own self-interest, protected him in the European Parliament and in the Commission, right? Whereas poor Kaczynski, and I'm of course being cynical here, poor Kaczynski was a member of the European Conservatives, and there was no such political protection. So it was first, bizarrely so, Article 7 used against Poland rather than against Hungary. But at the same time, so it shouldn't be just about Poland and Hungary, and I'm not going to say anything about Slovenia, because this would require another long story, and it's always better to speak about the others. It's not that the value-based problems and systemic threats to the rule of law started only in Hungary and Poland. We had those problems before. We know the notorious case of Heidelberg, It kickstarted everything. But then we had massive rule of law and corruption scandals in Spain. The Gürtel affair in 2009. We had systemic problems with freedom of press, media pluralism in this country. We had huge scandals in Slovakia where they murdered journalists, and where it turned out that judiciary was part of a criminal gang. There was no procedure launched against Slovakia at the time, because Fico at the time was a cherished member of the Social Democrats, of the Socialist Party. So what I'm saying here, and not to mention now Malta, and to mention other places where these kind of systemic problems popped up. So Avbelj was partitocracy as a way, a little bit of like political hypocrisy that has bit by bit eaten away from this Article 2, because it wasn't enforced in a principled manner, but it was enforced in a manner that suited certain political classes in Europe. Now, this brings me to the 4th point. And of course, politicization as partitocracy is a negative conception of politicization. It's not something that we as European academics would argue in favor of. And so is also the 4th conception, politicization as a coup against political liberalism. And here, this I think is the most sinister outcome that happened. And I think this is actually the thing that explains why it has been so hard to mend this rule of law problem and constitutional backsliding. And this is so because for the first time after the Second World War, after the establishment of constitutional liberal democracy, a politician came around, that was Viktor Orban, and said, this is no longer our system of government. We no longer buy into it. We have a new model. First, he called it Christian democracy. It didn't really fly. It didn't take off very well. But then he advanced the idea of illiberal democracy. And while so doing, and I think this was a politically well thought through strategy, it was deliberate, it was premeditated. In so doing, he destroyed the overlapping consensus that was the founding essence, the founding pillar of political liberalism after the Second World War, at least in Western Europe, not in Eastern, because we're part of the Soviet totalitarian regime in that way or another way, and in the US. And political liberalism is a Rawlsian construction, and I fully subscribe to it. I think it explains well the way we have been developing ourselves in the West. The content of political liberalism is actually the values of Article number 2, but insisting that we can have also uneven understandings of what these values might always mean in practice. And even if we have different and uneven understandings, because they are informed by conflicting comprehensive doctrines, our different comprehensive moral understandings of the world, we can still live side by side to each other in a common political community. And we do not flare up the ideological differences among us. That was the idea of political liberalism, the idea of keeping this overlapping consensus and at the same time agreeing that we are different political communities where we can have also in a public sphere very different moral ideas of a good life. This was over with Orban's proclamation of illiberal democracy. And as he did so, all hell broke loose because he provoked from the other side, that's my reading, also a backlash where the other side, the liberal side, also opted out from the spectrum of political liberalism, and they started advancing liberalism also as a comprehensive doctrine. So you had two clashes, a clash of illiberalism as a comprehensive doctrine against liberalism as a comprehensive doctrine. And but both sides, and admittedly, Urbanian side was stronger, they produced more echo in here. Both sides wanted to impose on each other in total their own either very conservative or very progressive style of life. And what suffered here is the values of Article 2. What suffered here is the value of the rule of law, which has always been preserved as a mediator between different conceptions of the good, while we all agree what is right. That there are certain pre-political rules, pre-political principles that we all have to subscribe if you want to play the game which is fair. If you want to play football, you have to subscribe to the rules of the game. And then you can have different strategies and players which have very different moralities. This was done in Europe. This was done in a sense that the political liberalism and overlapping consensus was broken, and I believe it's still broken. And this is what makes this attempt of mending this rule of law and backslide crisis so difficult and hard. Okay, let's say that you agree a little bit or disagree about most of it. Having sketched the situation as I've done it. So where do we go from here? What is next? We chatted yesterday in that fine restaurant also about Jan Werner Müller. And Jan Werner Müller was one of the first scholars who took the situation really seriously and reflected deeply about what was going on. Not just describing what Orban has done there and what's happened at the Constitutional Court and what the court said and who are these people. He really thought deeply about it. And as a Slovenian and a country with its own problems, I always dealt with these value issues and rule of law issues a little bit as my hobby. And once I met Jan Werner Müller in Berlin, and we chatted a bit, and I was complaining about the situation in Slovenia and how we are not living up to the standards. And then he said, don't worry. You are in the East, but what you're describing to me is that the East might actually be the future of the West. So this collapse of political liberalism that actually took place was starting to taking place first in the countries which had a weaker tradition, institutional and historical tradition of constitutional democracies. They were less immune to the pressures. But we can see nowadays that this same poison, that this same political virus won in the elections in the US. And that the very same problem has been actually exported or imported also in the US. So it's not just the European disease. It's no longer just a disease of Central and Eastern Europeans, the barbarians from the other side of the limits. I think it's the disease of the West. Why it's not the disease of the east of Poland? Because there they never subscribed to political liberalism, right? They've always been more or less authoritarian, and they do not suffer from this very problem because they are the problem, the way they're being governed. So, and of course, if one asks, so why is this happening to the West now? A very simple and banal answer, which wouldn't be completely true, but to a certain extent, I think it is persuasive. Simply because in the West, the output legitimacy has run out. There have always been, as I depicted in my presentations, bickering skirmishes and contestation of the fundamental values. But these fundamental values were no longer to be the game in town, the main game in town. Once, after the perma crisis in which we've lived now for 20 years, basically exhausted, depleted the output legitimacy of the European integration as well as of the US. And in these depleted conditions of output legitimacy, other characters came along and offered alternatives in which huge chunks of populations are buying in. So in terms of the scenarios for the future, what can we expect against the backdrop of what I wanted to describe? I think there could be three scenarios for the future. Three scenarios, not just for the future development of the European Union as a constitutional project, but three scenarios for the future of our shared and common values within this spectrum of political liberalism a la Rawls. One is an optimistic one. So, reconstruction under duress. This is saying, well, things will go so bad. The situation will become so acute that we will have the majority, the silent majority, not those who've been already mobilized by political fringes, that they will have realized that if we do not step together, if we do not join forces for the values which have proven to ensure robust constitutional democracy and peace for 70 years after the Second World War, then everything might be lost. So these are called the reconstruction under duress, so that there will be some sort of a mindset shift towards the re-establishment of political liberalism. And political liberalism, in order to be re-established, and requires, or actually assumes, as Rawls says in his papers, it assumes that certain values are almost innate, are implicit in our society. They're explicitly practiced on the level of political stakeholders, but they are shared by the population at large. And these are very modest values. Civility, which is nowadays, thanks to technological improvements and social networks, absolutely gone, right? Tolerance, which we know what's happening to it, and the sense of fairness. So if under duress, it would be possible in sociological terms to re-establish, to again re-internalize the values of civility, tolerance, and the sense of fairness, take into account the institutional infrastructure of the European Union, we might be pushing back the current negative development. Also, I think we are the best of doing that in Europe. We might stick to status quo, right? A lot of talk, no walk. We finding all sorts of excuses and accusations of each other. So that would be the status quo and stagnation. But it will be a short one. We've stagnated now for several decades. I think the time is running out. The pressure on output, on the exhausted output legitimacy will mount to the extent that both national and supranational political processes will be increasingly captured by the forces that go away from the ideas of political liberalism. And if that happens, we might also see the collapse of the EU and the West. And no matter how dramatic and improbable this sounds nowadays, I want you to, and with this I will conclude, remind yourself about the start of the epidemic, exactly 5 years ago. Exactly 5 years ago, I still remember vividly how the Chinese have already locked up their people in their blocks, in their houses, right? They stopped the public life and they literally locked up the people in their houses. And I remember how we discussed in Slovenia with my friends, colleagues, and in the media, well, this is so un-European. This is so undemocratic. This will never happen with us. And on the top of it, it's something we cannot even imagine, right? If we reach a certain stage in civilization, we cannot go back in locking people and limiting their freedoms, no matter what, even if there's a virus, which we do not even know how harsh it is. And then it happened in 14 days, right? It happened overnight. And if we had this discussion, this talk today, we knew that Trump will do crazy things, right? But if we had this discussion, nobody predicted, at least nobody, of course somebody, probably maybe someone, but most of us wouldn't have predicted that immediately after inheriting power, getting into power, Russia would be declared, Ukraine would be almost declared as somebody who's self-aggressed itself. Europe would be told it's been created to screw up the US, and that the international legal order would be completely toppled. Nobody would have predicted, and yet it happened. So what I'm saying is that our social and political and constitutional institutions might be extremely fragile, much more than we actually believe. And as our societies were extremely fragile against a natural virus, a virus of a natural kind, I think our institutions might be even more fragile and even less immune against the virus, which is of a political kind, man-made kind. Because different to natural viruses, human-made viruses, the viruses of political folly and craziness, they have their own normativity, and they can be also evil and do evil things for evil purposes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Matej. Such a great keynote. The most appropriate way of starting our debate, our discussion. Now we have time for some Q&A if anyone wishes. Dimitri.
Yeah, thank you, Matej.
And
hello, Dimitri Spieker from the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg and Humboldt University Berlin. Thank you, Matej, for this really inspiring talk. I share much of your analysis, but I mean, the picture you're showing us here, the three scenarios are looking actually very grim. So I was asking myself, I mean, you said in the beginning that there was very little that has changed on the ground. If we look now to Poland, for instance, we saw that that actually European institutions can at least slow down such processes a lot. And that is also what Adam Bodnar keeps saying again and again and repeating it, that actually without the European institutions, the overhaul of the Polish state would have been completed and there would have been no way back. So if we say that, I mean, if we just take this example, it shows that, I mean, just acting on the European level and intervening as we did before can actually have a very important impact and even lead a country or a certain population to choose to actually return to the path of liberal democracy. So how does that fit into your risk analysis? I wonder. Thank you.
Pietro Faraguna.
Thank you very much, Pietro Faraguna, University of Trieste. Matej, you have left the west-west scenario, east-east scenario out of the picture. So the Russian-Ukrainian war. I don't know if it was on purpose or just because of lack of time, but I would like to hear your thoughts about that and what is the impact of today's debate on European defense on the scenarios for the future you have sketched.
Thank you, Pietro. Would you like Giuseppe Martinico?
Thanks indeed, Matej, for this very fascinating keynote speech. I do agree with you, but I think that the liberal challenge to liberal and constitutional democracy is also in a way more subtle. I mean, think of how they tend to manipulate instead of rejecting them, the values of Article 2. I mean, very frequently, and this happened in Poland, and this is still happening in Hungary, instead of, I would say, ejecting, I mean, these values frontally, they tend to, I mean, abuse them. I mean, in a way, I mean, playing with their meaning. Think of the abuse of the constitutional pluralism arguments that, for instance, I mean, done in official documents of the previous government. So how can we describe this kind of abusive and manipulative dynamic that is central, actually, in the way in which they question liberal democracy? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Well, my final point is about the difference you have made between comprehensive liberalism and, let's say, a thinner notion of liberalism. And I think this is an emerging issue right now in the debate about European values. So should institutions and intellectuals, etc., advocate a thick understanding of European values in an increasingly politicized environment, or should they go for a more modest pace? Of course, this is not a neutral alternative. It also depends on how either of the three scenarios you have described is more likely to happen. But I think that your point resonates with an emerging strand of literature. I'm thinking, for instance, of a quite harsh piece by a German scholar, Martin Nettesheim, on the risks of mobilizing a too thick understanding of the Article 2 values. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all these great and excellent questions. Let me first answer to what Pietro has asked. So the reaction to the unfolding of the Ukrainian crisis, it's contained in this tiny word, duress, right? So here it's clear, and here the European Union has proven itself to be really good when acting in crisis. But not acting just in crisis, but when there's no alternative left. You will remember, and again, these discussions go back into the early 2000s, how much were certain member states against of doing anything together, harmonizing anything in the field of the health sector. With Nikos, we sat with in this seminar that was organized by Marie-Ange at the EUI, and at the time there was the Bolkestein directive, and there was the question to what an extent the French medical system could be opened up in terms of servicization to foreign users, and how this could be mutualize the costs and expenses. And it was clearly the French take on that was, oh, we have the best health system in Europe, we have to protect it, it's French. And remind yourself about the Polish plumber argument, and remind yourself about the French expulsion of Roma. I didn't mention that it's also something that could trigger Article 7. But what I'm saying there is, the European Union tries to stick, the member states try to stick to the existing status quo as long as it's still tenable. Once it's not, once the pandemic comes, and we have to join forces also in the sphere of the public health, we do it, of course, almost extra legally, or at least praeter legem, on the sides of the treaties. So I think if it turns out that the Ukrainian crisis ends up in a sense of appeasement, that there is no meaningful security guarantee given to Ukraine, and Ukraine is forced into this ceasefire, and there's a realistic chance that Putin might regroup its forces and be in 5 years, I don't know where, so that we all speak Russian, as the General Secretary of NATO has said. I think this will really push the Europeans, first of all, the institutions, they already made a step in that direction, but also raise the awareness of the Europeans that something is truly at stake. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that Russia has already done a really good job making inroads into the international political spectrum, buying off certain political parties. So we'll see how this will go. I take this challenge of Ukrainian unfoldment of the Ukrainian crisis as an opportunity to reconstruct, to regroup around the existing fundamental values in a political spectrum, among the people in general, as well as in institutional terms on the European and national level. In terms of Dimitri, you're absolutely right. It would have been much worse had there been no European Union. That's clear. But and in that sense, my talk wasn't so much inspiring as it was it's hard to be inspired by this doom and gloom, right? But I wanted to be critical to the extent to demonstrate that à cause de, the French would say. In English, we say because of or thanks to the unprincipled position of the European Commission, unprincipled actions of the European political spectrum. A lot of time has been wasted, and a lot of leeway has been given to the kind of formally and informally forces that abused national constitutional orders. So I think we should be aware of it. But then at the same time, and this is part of this Transition 2.0 project, we all know, and the Americans have taught us that brutally, that we cannot export democracy anywhere. So democracy has to be reinforced, rebuilt at home. And our Polish colleague, Anna, will be certainly able to tell us to what an extent the institutional mending of the rule of law problems in Poland, which is certainly taking place also because European institutions played an important role and because the new government has been appointed, to what an extent this has translated into a democratic reconciliation of the Polish society at large. Because if you preserve this kind of Kulturkampf between two deeply opposing political sides of the spectrum in a population at large, you haven't done much, because the others in the other camp are already waiting to get back into the power and reclaim and hijack what they couldn't have achieved before. And you know, we have now the European patriots in the European Parliament, and they joined the legitimate political game, and they want to export this kind of politics to Brussels and one day claim it, right? And this will be, then the European institutions will be playing a very different game according to the patriotic tones. But in general, you are right. The EU played an important role, but, and here I'm a little bit on, I have to mention that as well. I do agree a little bit also with the shadow rule of law report that you might be aware of. I do not agree with Dimitrios and his claim that the European Union has created a systematic killing machine. I think that's plainly wrong, and it's you cannot make this kind of argument. But there are some points in the shadow rule of law report that should be taken seriously, because we also have had systemic corruption scandals in the European Union itself, and to have Commissioner for Justice being charged for money laundering, for allegedly being involved in for many years, this sends a very strange message, which doesn't work in favor of the European institution backing up a new democratically elected government, which is in favor of the rule of law. Basically, it reinforces the kind of Orbanites and consortes to say there is a swamp in Brussels as well that has to be drained. And I could also mention then the green lobby scandal, which is also, it's still not clear whether it was true or not, but if it was true that the Commission has basically subsidized the NGOs to lobby the European Commission for certain political purposes, it's something that has to do very little with the rule of law. But we have to be aware, that's what was my point. My point was, if once we have created a political animal in Brussels, men of flesh and blood, and awarding them with a lot of powers, these people also have to be taken, they have to be accountable the way the national stakeholders are, right? And that's the lesson of federalism. And here the problem of European federalism is because we're now, and rightly so, policing more the member states rather than Brussels, which is also getting more and more powers, typically by competence creep, and typically, as they say, as long as there is political will, everything can be done within the treaties. There's no federalism. That's, I mean, as long as there is political will, everything can be done with the treaties. Then we do not really have a European constitution, because there also has to be, you know, a check on the and a limitation on the federal power. And in terms of the Giuseppe's question, the illiberal challenge, well, most of the liberal challenge, a lot of the liberal challenge has been done under the surface, right? Invisibly and abusing certain narratives, theories to achieve certain goals. But I think what was more sinister, what more perverse, and more far-reaching was really this deliberate attack against constitutional liberal democracy. And for the first time after the Second World War, saying that in the West, an alternative system can exist. It's called the liberal democracy, which is flirting explicitly with authoritarian models such as Chinese, Singaporean, and Turkish, and probably also Russian. I think this was a game changer, because it's something that has been something that used to be a taboo has become a mainstream, and that's a problem. And in terms of thick and thin liberalism, it's a very hard discussion. I haven't thought about it hard enough, and it's also a risky discussion, right? Because the question is, on the one hand, where do we draw the limits, right? Where do we draw the limits? But here, one thing that I'd like to say, I think it's, at least in conceptual, in theoretical terms, this line of distinction between liberalism as a comprehensive doctrine and liberalism as political liberalism, I think that's important, because political liberalism, liberalism as political liberalism, as part of the overlapping consensus, is actually pluralism. It insists on that there are very different and very many moral conceptions of good life in a society, that in principle, those who are not the most objectionable and those who do not go against human dignity are all valid on their own chosen premises. But what we have to do as a society that wants to live in some sort of harmony, at least in public sphere, in public realm, in political realm, we have to work towards those values, towards those principles that allow us to live in common and leave to each other the full fulfillment of our human dignity potentials. And I think this can be encroached to a certain extent also from the liberal perspective that wants to impose completely its own moral views on the political spectrum at large. And why it's here, why it's important to insist on why is the importance of political realm? Because political realm, political sphere, as Rawls says, is a sphere that we do not voluntarily choose. We are born into it. We are born into families, but then we can grow up and say to our parents, you know, in puberty, we always turn against what they taught us, right? But we cannot really exit the political realm. We can migrate into another country. But then still, where would you migrate nowadays, right? But in reality, it is something that is imposed on you. And since this is imposed on us, state, power, political realm is imposed on us, we have to make sure that this is of a kind that is just in a way that allows this pluralism to thrive. And I think these demagogues in Washington, in Russia, in Budapest, in Warsaw, in Ljubljana, in Rome, against political liberalism, rather than looking for the ways of, in the spirit of civility, tolerance, and fairness, looking for the ways of how we could live together in common, in more or less relative peace, in mutual respect of each other, they started, also thanks to the technological advancements, abusing the differences among us. Because we have to know, as Rawls says, comprehensive doctrines are comprehensive because they have a full moral perspective of how our lives should be governed in total. And since these moral perspectives are so different, they're eventually incommensurable and irreconcilable. And there are sometimes there are certain issues in our social lives that will never come to the agreement on. And sometimes in a civilized society in which civility, tolerance, and fairness prevails, there are means of saying, well, we have to agree to disagree and let it live, right? But now we are living in a different times in different societies where we really deliberately use these differences, flare them up to live in this toxic sphere in which we are, because this produces gains for digital platforms, and it produces gains for the politicians. Once you exploit the nitty-gritty differences in society, which are incommensurable, and we know that they're incommensurable, you do not need to offer arguments and reasons for a whole strata of other things that makes our lives really meaningful and important.
Thank you. Now, thanks indeed both for your brilliant keynote and the subsequent answers during the discussion. Now I'm very glad to introduce our next speaker, Professor Gaetana Morgante, who will give a presentation on European values in European criminal law. Please.
So, let me first of all apologize with all of you for my overexposure of today due to this taking of the stage again as a speaker after occupying is as director of the Dirpolis Institute for the opening remarks. So I would like today to focus on the substantive profiles of criminal law of European values, and let me say, in some respects, it may seem counterintuitive to talk about criminal law in the context of a discussion on European values for at least three main reasons. The first, criminal law suffers from an historical national evolution point of view, since it is the law, the branch of the law, characterized by the most serious sanctions in the legal system, the deprivation of personal liberty, historically expressive of national sovereignty. Secondly, criminal law already places itself in a perspective of failure and violation of the values offended by the crime, and thus in a pathological perspective when instead values must represent the physiology, as the same Article 2 states, of the foundation of European Union. Third, the intersection between European values and national criminal law systems may risk, in a way, to weaken these values in the search for shared solutions that respect the diversity of national legal frameworks. So, if I may play on words, the question is, what is the value of criminal law in the affirmation of European values? Can criminal law limit itself only to a role of mere sanctioning of the violation of the rules otherwise and in other systems imposed, or is there room for a sort of autonomy of criminal law? So in a book written many years ago by my mentor, Professor Tullio Padovani, and dedicated to the special part of criminal law. He wrote in the 90s, more or less, that even before modern constitutions, criminal law could be considered in a way constitutional law, a sort of constitutional law, even if in a negative sense. In the choices of criminalization and thus of applying the most serious sanctions provided by the system, the legal system, criminal law makes, or has always made before constitutional law, constitutional value choices, because punishing with the most serious sanction the violation of a value or of a legal good or of a Rex good means, on the contrary, considering it again constitutional, foundational. So it may sound as a paradox, but criminal law was born from constitutional choices of value even before constitutionalism. Even if a structured discussion on the role of criminal law at the European level is pretty recent, there are behind us centuries of constitutional functions substantially played by criminal law in affirming values, so important again to be worth to be protected by the most severe sanctions. Substantive criminal law in a European perspective can be therefore a very powerful means to protect European values, mainly through, first of all, a common definition of certain offenses to respond to global challenges. Secondly, through mutual recognition. Third, by approximation, the so-called approximation of the sanctions. You all know the milestones of this process. Let me very briefly recall them. First of all, the enactment of the third pillar in 1993, becoming criminal law one of the main components of the European Union objectives. Secondly, the framework decision of 1999, according to Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union, pre-Lisbon version, respectively, the Union aims to maintain and develop the Union as an area of freedom, of security, of justice, an area in which the free movement of persons is assured in conjunction, in combination with appropriate measures with respect to many fields and, of course, to the extent of my speech to combating crimes. Third, with the Treaty of Lisbon reforms, the provisions of the area of freedom, security, justice are laid down in the Title 5 of the Treaty for the Functioning of the European Union, and especially Chapter 4 is dedicated to judicial cooperation in criminal matters, which provides for explicit criminal law competences under, as you know very well, Article 83 of the treaty. So the role of promotion of values, of the European values by criminal law requires attention. EU criminal law is more and more developing towards a highly sensitive policy area. And it is made also by important measures to tackle serious forms of crime on a common basis. Moreover, the approximation of national criminal laws facilitates mutual trust and enables judicial cooperation between member states. But in the current legislative discussion, security reasoning or the different challenges posed by the so-called risk society is becoming really crucial. Security reasoning often justifies the extension of criminal law and the use of criminal law measures very impacting on fundamental human rights, criminal law measures, frequently even preventive and able to be enforced beyond or without a fair criminal trial. At the same time, cross-border crises such as migrant crisis, climate change crisis, terrorist threats, and globalization of organized crimes can shape EU criminal law strategies in the direction of a security approach. So these developments emphasize the importance of transparent criminal policy choices and legislation processes. Criminalization decisions based on political opportunism and inspired by populism must be avoided. And for this reason, legal scholars have pleaded, let me say, for the use of criminalization principles in the legislative procedure. Criminalization principles form an argumentative, according to some scholars, framework which facilitate the criminalization by balancing arguments in favor of and against criminalization and structure of criminalization debate. Under this point of view, there is therefore a sort of cross-fertilization between criminal law and EU law. European criminal law can support the prevention and fight of serious crime such as terrorism, organized crime, money laundering, human trafficking, fraud with digital forms of payment, computer crimes, and so on. At the same time, European values in criminal law can enhance fundamental criminal justice pillars, such as the principle of extrema ratio, the principle of proportionality and subsidiarity. Let me leave the floor to the next speaker for the procedural part of the Europeization of criminal law. We can, let me say, distinguish four main areas of action of interest of the process of Europeization of criminal law. First of all, the so-called, according to some literature, principle of threshold. To criminalize certain behavior, to introduce in a legal system a certain crime, we requires, first of all, a harm or danger test and the presence of a subjective elements of criminal liability in the sense of the aforementioned balance between the use of criminal law and of sanctions potentially impacting on fundamental rights of the accused person and the importance of the legal goods to be protected by criminal law itself. Secondly, the so-called principle of moderation, the principle of proportionality that is crucial for the justification of a process of criminalization at the EU level in terms of appropriateness, extrema ratio, and proportion, both in a prospective and retrospective direction. Third, the problem of the EU competence to criminalize and the problem of the attribution of powers to criminalize in terms of legal basis of this competence to criminalize and subsidiarity. And last but not least, the principles related to the construction of the offense of the crime to be provided at the European level in terms of internal subsidiarity, of legality, of effectiveness, of, again, proportionality. So there are already many examples of EU criminal law measures protecting certain specific EU fundamental rights. For example, the Directive 2011/36 on human trafficking and the prohibition of slavery and forced labor, the Council Framework Decision 2008-913 on combating certain forms and expressions of racism and xenophobia by means of criminal law, or the Fundamental Directive 2017/541 of the European Parliament on combating terrorism and protecting the rights to life, liberty, and security. Furthermore, in light of this main aim of criminal law at a European level, and in light of the instruments adopted at the EU level, the different legal goods can be determined and identified as legal goods to be protected by criminal law at EU level. Let me only mention the list proposed by CLIP: financial interests of the Union, environment, integrity of the public administration, fair competition, integrity of the financial sector, the information society, public health, human dignity, democratic society, fair administration of justice, human and fundamental rights. So Article 2 values can be, of course, protected by European criminal law through a sort of twofold process of identification. Identification of the fundamental interests to be protected by criminal law when offended by serious crimes, and secondly, through a sort of European shaping of the fundamental principles of legitimation of European criminal law in the mention and direction of extrema ratio, proportionality, subsidiarity. From a criminal law point of view, so European values can play a pivotal role to mitigate the risk of a populistic and instrumental use of criminal law, recalling the main idea of limit, that is the first pillar of a really democratic and European foundation of criminal law. Enacting project remembers us finally also the importance of a law and, of course, to my extent, a criminal law in context. From a criminal law point of view, the combination with European values of proportionality, of protection of fundamental rights and guarantees can be furthermore highlighted by the enforcement of a more and more important evidence-based criminal law perspective. The populistic use of criminal law is frequently connected with a symbolic use of criminal law and to very negative effects in terms of compliance with fundamental principles, both in the legitimation of criminal law policies and in the procedural field. Taking into account the criminal law in practice can help to improve the coherence of European criminal law with its fundamental values. Also, in the perspective nowadays more and more discussed also by the scholars of a capacity of self-cleaning of criminal law and in the direction of a public scrutiny, why not, in the use or abuse of criminal law when forcing the extension of the use of the crime beyond the principle of extrema ratio. So to draw the conclusion of this very brief speech, European criminal law needs the compliance with fundamental European values in the direction of a more coherent but also compliant with European principles of criminal law and of a culture also by the legislators of the limitation of the use of these very impacting instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaetana. Very interesting presentation also because you have raised a number of more general problems, including how decisions are made within the legislative process. And of course, when it comes to criminal law, this is quite, it becomes quite serious. Now, we will have some time for debate after our second presentation, which is given by a colleague from Germany, which I'm very happy to welcome in Pisa, I think for the first time in Pisa, Dimitrios Spieker, a postdoctoral researcher at the Humboldt University in Berlin, and a senior research fellow at the Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg, where he also received his PhD. I would like to mention the monograph which Dimitri has recently authored, EU Values Before the Court of Justice, which was published in 2023 by Oxford University Press. And Dimitri will speak about the judicial handling of European values. So the floor is yours. I think I will move to the left and up. Okay. And please, I have a PowerPoint.
Perfect. So, thank you so much also for this invitation, for inviting me here. Indeed, it's really lovely to be here at Scuola Superiore di Sant'Anna, a great institution. Also invited by you two, actually, I would say rather role models in EU and constitutional law, and much of actually this work builds on your previous one. So thank you very much for this opportunity to present my research here. I will follow your invitation basically to tackle this question that you have given me and to talk about the judicial enforcement of Article 2 TEU. Unlike Matej, I think actually that's a good division of roles here. I will rather focus on the doctrinal aspects. So I will be a little bit in your slipstream and just show, so to say, how this provision can be put into practice and how it can be enforced or judicially applied in courts. So what are we going to treat in the next 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes? 30, I will try to stay with 30 minutes. After a short introduction, actually that leads us to the problem or to the need for a judicially applicable Article 2. We will cover 3 essential questions that concern the operationalization of this provision. It is first the question actually whether EU values can be invoked in courts. Second, how they can be invoked. And third, when. So that means in which situations or in which kinds of breaches these values can be invoked. Third, we will then concentrate on the limits, because I mean, as you might imagine, this is all very far-reaching. I mean, Article 2 is a very far-reaching provision, so the natural question is, where are the limits of it? And we will close, I mean, as this is also a workshop on new perspectives with an outlook of where this development can go in the future. But to be honest, this is still very much ongoing, so much of this is still a new perspective, so to say. So let's start with the problem analysis, so actually where this entire development came from. And I mean, you already gave us the basic gist of the story. Since a decade so, or since, let's say, 2012, the European Union is witnessing an increasing illiberal turn in several member states. And I mean, the 2 protagonists of this liberal turn are Poland and Hungary. And here you can see just one democratic index that kind of demonstrates this decline in democracy. I'm usually very skeptical, but I like this because it really shows how it goes down. The usual, or one of the usual explanations is provided here by Ivan Krastev and Stephen Holmes, The Light That Failed. And it differs a little bit from what Matej Avbelj said, because what these 2 authors argue is that what actually led to this democratic decline in these 2 member states is the incomplete and deficient transformation after their EU accession. Incomplete because it actually was just superficial, you know, it was concentrating on institutions, but not really a deep democratization of society, and deficient because it applied a one-size-fits-all solution or model for these member states that actually didn't take into account the particularities of these member states. So it was a bit like applying the model of the West, and this light of the West has failed. Against this backdrop, or one very specific target, so to say, of these governments in Poland and Hungary were checks and balances. Checks and balances are probably one of the most important features of a constitutional democracy, and that goes back here to James Madison and basically the US, the very beginnings of constitutionalism, so to say. And James Madison said already in 1788 that the structure of government must furnish the proper checks and balances between the different departments. And this is actually, these different checks and balances can be, do not only compromise independent courts, but they are actually much broader. We're talking here about all checks and balances on political processes, more generally, on majoritarian decision-making, more generally. And that includes, for instance, civil society organizations, NGOs. That includes free and independent media, a free academia, so to say, us. And most importantly, of course, the voters and the parliamentary and extra-parliamentary opposition. So all these checks and balances are the central target, basically, of especially now the Hungarian government. And what we witnessed, where this entire, and Matej already kind of gave us the roadmap here, where this entire development started was the attack on the independence of Polish courts, because that was where the entire jurisprudence of the Court of Justice and this operationalization of Article 2 came from. And I mean, most of you will be well familiar with the story, so I will be very, very brief here. What happened was that since 2015, the peace-led government in Poland started to increasingly attack the independent judiciary and to restructure and rebuild it so as to kind of bring it in line with its, actually neutralize it more or less. The question at that point of time was, because we have to imagine that, this was 2015. In 2015, nobody at the European level actually knew how to address these issues legally. So we were simply lacking a legal basis at that point of time. If we look into the treaties, we had Article 47, of course, right, of the Charter. And that says, you have the right to an independent tribunal established by law. The problem here was that the Charter, of course, is subject to Article 51. It applies to the member states only when they implement EU law. And that was not the case with regard to the organization of the judiciary at that point of time. And then there were two other provisions. Article 19, paragraph 1, subparagraph 2, that says that member states must guarantee effective judicial protection in the fields covered by EU law. But nobody knew exactly what that was supposed to mean, whether this is an operational legal obligations for the member states and when it would apply. And then there was the infamous Article 2 itself. But it was never used before. So nobody actually knew whether that provision could be applied in court and how. So the prevalent or the prevailing view was that under the current treaty framework, our hands are tied. We cannot do anything. And that was also the view in the Commission. And here I quote actually one very favorable commissioner who we can't say she was anything but inactive, Viviane Reding, but she said, well, the way ahead is either to abolish Article 51 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, or we need a new specific procedure to enforce Article 2 against the member states. Okay, so that was basically the view. What happened then, however, was that the Court of Justice stepped in. And eventually it started, and maybe I can push this here a little bit aside so that you can see, okay, perfect. You can see it a little bit better. So what happened is that since 2018, since the so-called Portuguese judges case, and we will talk about that case later on, a little bit more in detail, we have a great increase in decisions that refer to Article 2, that operationalize it in the jurisprudence and that make it judicially applicable. So the Court of Justice eventually started to use this provision. And we will now have a look at how the Court of Justice did this. Well, give me a second.
Right arrow.
Sorry?
Right arrow.
Okay, so I have to move this back. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. They can make this a little bit smaller. That should work, right? Yes. Okay. So let's start now, or let's venture now to the three questions that we have, or that I kind of tried to pose. Can EU values be invoked before the Court of Justice? If so, how and when? So let's start with the first question. Can EU values be invoked in courts? Actually, there are usually three questions three problems that are posed here. That's first, their normativity. Are these just moral values or legal obligations? Second, their jurisdiction of the court. But I left that out because that question has basically been answered. It's not so interesting anymore. And third, or here second, the justiciability of these values, namely whether they are determinate enough for judicial application and enforcement. If we now look at I'm sorry. Okay. Techniques. Well, anyway. So let's start with the first question here. The normativity of Article 2. Whether it actually contains moral values or legal obligations. I mean, many of you might say, well, this question has been resolved by the Court of Justice. I mean, Article 2 has been so far used so much in legal proceedings and so on, so this question is not so interesting anymore. But rest assured, there are still many scholars, especially from Germany, who question the legal normativity of Article 2 by referring to one specific notion used in that provision, namely values. That provision speaks of values, not legal principles, but values. So what people like Martin Nettesheim, a very important law professor in Germany, say that there is a categorical difference between values and legal obligations, right? And he said so in 2024 in Agile Unbound, so an important journal, I would say. And that is just one article from many others. I could quote many other German Staatsrechtslehrer who actually share that position. So what is that position? It usually says that values define what is good and bad, they pertain to the moral sphere, while principles, legal principles, and the law itself defines what is lawful and unlawful. That is a categorical difference. So both basically cannot be equated. And that means that Article 2 basically does not contain legally enforceable obligations of any kind. Can that interpretation be sustained? And now, as I'm also a German Staatsrechtslehrer, as not yet full professor, but still on my way there, and as I'm also a German lawyer, let me use German legal scholarship to actually test this assumption. If we now use wording, systematics, history, and teleology as our four interpretative methods, I would say that we come to the conclusion that Article 2 actually contains legal obligations. Let's start with the wording. Martin Nettesheim says that Article 2 contains values and not legal principles. However, I would say that the notions in legal theory, values and principles, are hardly clear-cut. Many more modern interpretations say that, or more modern theories say that this is a gradual, not a categorical relationship. Let me bring you an example here, right? This is not a categorical one, but one of degree. For instance, we can start with a value, equality. We can add a prescriptive dimension, prohibition, permission, a right, whatsoever, and turn this value into a principle. Like here, equality can become, like in Article 21, the principle of non-discrimination. Any discrimination based on something, some certain characteristics shall be prohibited. Still, that is a principle yet. So this can also become a rule if we add a conditional context, a so-called if-then mode. The rule can become, for instance, like here, paragraph 15 of the German General Act on Equal Treatment, if you attach certain consequences to that prohibition. So I would argue that it is very difficult to draw a line of legal normativity somewhere here in this gradual process of densification. So where would you draw it? Is this really the best way to do so? So many argue that this categorical distinction is very difficult to maintain in legal reality. So the second problem is that these notions, values, and principles are used often interchangeably in most member state jurisdictions. And let me provide you here with some examples. As we are in Italy, I thought, let's start with the Corte Costituzionale, which actually talks interchangeably all the time about valori e principi costituzionali. So without actually distinguishing between the two, even though Gustavo Zagrebelsky does so, of course, as a legal theorist, but the Corte itself doesn't do it. The Spanish Tribunal Constitucional does exactly the same thing, and even the Bundesverfassungsgericht argues that Menschenwürde is a Konstitutionsprinzip and Verfassungswert. So just saying two things at the same time and using the notions interchangeably. If we now, and that's the last point, I would say that the wording is probably never the best starting point in EU law. Because if we look at the drafting processes in EU law, they're usually multilingual. So it's very hard to say that in such a drafting context, we can really rely on on one specific meaning in this case. So usually we have to be more open, a little bit more relaxed, so to say. The wording itself is only a starting point, but it cannot exclude a certain interpretation in the EU law. That's at least, I think that is very clear if we have this multilingual drafting process in mind. Okay, so the wording itself cannot prevent the legal obligations in Article 2. If we now look at the other arguments, what about systematic arguments? If we look into Article 70 EU and Article 49 EU, we see that Article 2 is a condition, or is a Tatbestand, so to say, is a feature to trigger sanctions, legal sanctions. At the same time, it's a condition for actually joining the European Union. So it triggers legal consequences. I would say that is a feature of a legal obligation. If we now look at the history, we can see, and I actually searched the travaux préparatoires very thoroughly, we can see that Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, the president of the European Convention, he argued, and I want to show you this quote because I like it actually a lot. He said, when drafting that article in the debates of the European Convention, he said, on ne peut mettre dans cet article 2 que de valeurs qui sont définies juridiquement de façon suffisamment solide. So we can only include into this article values which are defined in a legally sufficient way. That excludes the valeurs de caractère plus émotif que juridique. That excludes emotional values, so to say, right? So in my view, that speaks very much actually in favor of judicially enforceable values, even if that sounds like an oxymoron to some legal theorists. Okay. Okay, so we have to bring this back now. So the Court of Justice has largely, I think, accepted this view. And in Hungary, the Parliament and Council, in the rule of law conditionality judgments, stated that Article 2 is not merely a statement of policy guidelines or intentions, but that it contains values which are given more concrete expression in principles that contain then legally binding obligations. If I shorten the sentence, that means Article 2 is not merely a statement of policy guidelines, it contains legal obligations. Okay? So I would say that the quest for the normativity of Article 2 is clear. Now, the question is now whether that applies to Article 2 in its entirety. Because if we look at this provision, it contains two sentences. The first one that contains human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, respect for human rights, and so on. And these provisions of these issues here are named values. And then there is a second sentence that contains certain other standards, which are a little bit more, which are a bit strange, right? Because on the one hand, we have very vague things here, like pluralism, tolerance, justice, solidarity. And on the other hand, there are clearly legal values, right? Or clearly legal principles, non-discrimination and equality between women and men. So that's really erratic, I would say. The question now is, what do we do with this second sentence? Does it also contain values? Does it also contain principles? Or is it just the first sentence that can be legally, or that contains legal obligations? Well, the Court of Justice actually, interestingly, does not seem to make any difference here. So for instance, with regard to solidarity mentioned in the second sentence, it says that, well, solidarity is one of the fundamental principles of the EU law and is one of the values common to the member states. So not only does it say that the other 6 elements in the second sentence are values, contrary to the text, so to say, but it's also a legal principle. You know, you see again this synonymous use of both notions. The question now is whether Article 2 or whether these issues here in the second sentence can have direct effect, or whether they can create legal obligations in themselves. I personally would argue that that is not the case, because when we look at the drafting process, what happened in the European Convention was that we had 72 amendment proposals, 72 amendments. So what kind of things which kind of values should be included into Article 2? So what Valéry Giscard d'Estaing then did was to kind of distinguish between the first and the second sentence. The first sentence was kind of there to establish a legally, des valeurs définies bien, je dirais juridiquement bien, de façon suffisamment juridique. So. And the second sentence was there for like a collection basket, you know, for the rest to appease the other convention members. However, what we could imagine is that the second sentence, or these issues here, these values in the second sentence, are important for interpreting the principles in the first one. What does that imply? That, for instance, democracy in the first sentence must be read in light of pluralism and tolerance. And what does that then exclude under Article 2? Yeah, well, a purely majoritarian form of democracy, probably. It needs to be a form of democracy that respects pluralism and tolerance. So not any kind of democracy is or fits under that provision. Okay, now let's say the normativity of Article 2 is not a problem. We kind of have solved that problem. Now, if we move to the justiciability, the big question is, what does justiciability actually mean? And we can, for instance, rely on direct effect in EU law, which is very closely related to justiciability. And the Court of Justice itself had said, or why is this distinction important? In Poplavsky, still a relatively recent case by the Court of Justice, the court has said that only EU law that has direct effect can create primacy. So only if an EU law is directly effective, it leads to the disapplication of contrary national law. On the other hand, if it is not directly effective, it does not so, and it can only be used for the interpretation of national law. So we have very different, let's say, legal consequences. So it matters whether something is justiciable or not. And the question then is Article 2 directly effective? Is it a clear, precise, and unconditional provision? And well, most people would say that democracy, the rule of law, human rights are probably not determinate enough. They are too indeterminate for direct effect. So that leads us to the question of how can we render that provision more specific? How can we render it actually amenable to judicial enforcement and application? And here I would like to use a quote by Kuhn Lenas, the court's president, who compared Article 2, or concretizing Article 2, to electricity. He said that the values in Article 2, they are a little bit like high voltage. And that high voltage must be, through a range of transformers, legal principles, be brought down to electricity that can be used in household appearances, and these are then the rules. So we need a process of concretization from high voltage to electricity for household appliances. So how can we do that? And the Court of Justice followed here a so-called combined application, or what I call a combined application. It uses a value in Article 2 with a specific treaty provision. So the specific treaty provision concretizes the value, and at the same time reading that specific treaty provision then leads to a broad reading. So it becomes more important, so to say. Its reach is extended. And we can find that in the Portuguese judges case that I already mentioned from 2018. Here the Court of Justice stated that Article 2, the rule of law, is given concrete expression in Article 19, paragraph 1, subparagraph 2, and that provision says that member states shall provide remedies sufficient to ensure effective legal protection in the fields covered by EU law. So this here, the fields covered by EU law, could have been understood narrowly, right? But reading Article 2, reading Article 19 in light of Article 2 allowed for a broad interpretation. So for a very broad interpretation, meaning that all courts that may rule on questions concerning the application and interpretation of EU law must be independent under that provision, must conform with EU requirements for independence. And I argue that it is exactly this interplay that allowed that interpretation. Okay, but we have further examples. The Court of Justice started in the rule of law conditionality judgments, stated that there is a whole range of charter rights that define the scope of these values. So it hinted towards other connections that are possible here. And also in Junqueras Fees, another case, it hinted that the value of democracy is given concrete form by Article 10 TEU. So we already have certain examples of further connections. So the combined application is probably no problem anymore. The question is now whether there can be a freestanding application of Article 2. And this is now what is at stake at Commission v. Hungary, the case concerning LGBTIQ rights violations in Hungary. And here, interestingly, in this case, we had an unprecedented amount of member states join. 16 member states joined the intervention by the Commission, and the Commission itself relied on Article 2 as a self-standing ground, together with other provisions, but I will come to that. And these 16 member states all supported the Commission's plea, but the question was where they positioned themselves. And some, interestingly, actually a lot of member states argued for a freestanding application. And I watched the hearing online, and I saw, for instance, that the Belgian representative talked about Article 2 comme fondement unique. Daniel Sarmiento, representing Malta, interestingly, that seems to be his new thing, talked about an autonomous ground of review. And even the German representative, liked this a lot, said that this is a separater Klagegrund, also zusätzlich. So meaning it's a separate ground and additional to the other ones. So it's kind of self-standing in a way. What did the Commission do? The Commission kind of used a cascade approach. It started with the internal market case law. It's like the e-commerce directive and freedom to provide services, which triggers the charge scope, which then eventually leads, because the situation is so grave, to a violation of Article 2. So it's a cascade. So that is not exactly a self-standing application, it's something different. We don't know yet. However, this is now the state, so we will see how the court will decide. We expect the Advocate General's opinion in this summer, and the judgment then probably by the end of the year. And then we will know more how the court will actually handle this question. So, okay, how much time do I have? Let's say 5 minutes. 5 minutes, okay, then I will be quick. So the question is now, when can EU values be invoked by the court? And here we can again distinguish between the kind of breach that can lead to a violation, or that kind of reaches the threshold of Article 2. And here the Commission kind of proposed this distinction between serious and systemic. I don't want to go into details. The thing is, however, that the Commission kind of argues that we need a frontal and a deep attack against European society, so not any breach can be sufficient. Much more interesting is the question, what kind of situation we can invoke Article 2. And here I would like to distinguish between three kind of scenarios. I will be very quick here. The first one is the scenario, which is probably the most unproblematic one, when we are within the scope of other EU law, right? Then there's a second scenario where we are beyond the scope of EU competences, so where the EU has no competences in the area. And then there's a third layer where we are beyond the scope of other EU law and beyond the scope of competences usually. So in what kind of situation here can we invoke Article 2? I mean, the first one is pretty clear, right? That's probably not a big issue. The question is here rather, what is the added value? Why should we do it? I would argue that there are three possible arguments in favor of invoking Article 2 here. The first is a signifier, so we emphasize that the violation is pretty extreme. Second, invoking Article 2 justifies higher fines, and maybe also later in state liability procedures before national courts, Frankovic, right? Because the breach must be sufficient, it must be manifest, and breaching Article 2 is probably a manifest violation, I would argue. And it can have an impact on other political procedures, such as rule of law conditionality regulation, because what the Commission usually does is it takes judgments by the Court of Justice that find a violation of Article 2 and then attaches fines to that, or at least it allows it to trigger these instruments more easily, so to say. So there is an added value. The question that was now asked was whether Article 2 can be invoked beyond the scope of EU competences. And here many member states would say no. If the EU has no competence in that matter, then Article 2 can also not be invoked. However, there is a deep difference between competences and EU obligations, because the Court of Justice has always, since the 70s, said that even when the member states exercise their exclusive competences, they must observe the obligations deriving from EU law. And this we find in nationality law, extradition, direct taxation, surnames, social security, civil status, judicial, whatever you want, all sensitive areas of the member state competences. We have cases on that. So that's also probably, I would say, not a problem. The big question is now, what happens beyond the scope of other EU law? And interestingly, Tamara Chapeta, for instance, questions exactly that issue in the hearing. She said, well, Article 2 does not feature a limitation like Article 51, not even like Article 19 that only speaks of the fields covered by EU law. So where should this limitation come from? Where? It is not in the text. Well, what the president then said is, okay, maybe we cannot limit obligations, but only the enforcement in infringement procedures. So within the scope of EU law, we can use Article 258. Beyond the scope, only Article 7. I would argue, I don't know where this distinction should come from, to be honest. I don't see a link somewhere. It's not at least in the law. So, begin, but that's open. And now I come to the very finish, and this is what I would like to finish with the limits, and the outlook maybe we can discuss then. The question is, with regard to the limits, of course, all this is very far-reaching. If we use Article 2 in judicial proceedings, we can reach any kind of member state situation, even possibly even beyond the scope of other EU law. So there is an elephant in the room, and the question is how to limit this extensive application with regard to the union's federal balance. And I suggest 4 kind of possible ways to limit Article 2, and I would close with this. We can limit it in a substantive sense, methodologically, institutionally, and procedurally. All this is, just, so to say, a proposal for the court to kind of adopt some way here. So substantively, for instance, we could concentrate on minimum guarantees. We could concentrate on serious and systemic breaches. Methodologically, judicial restraint, obviously. Institutionally, on a collective assessment, so bring as many opinions together as possible. And procedurally, deference, such as deferring to the referring court, that kind of brings the case to Luxembourg, or apply a margin of appreciation technique. And I'm happy to talk about this in more detail. However, what I would like to say is that the Court of Justice already uses some of these techniques. So it says, for instance, that Article 2 is not there to adopt a uniform, or does not oblige the member states to adopt a uniform model in any case. Yeah, with that, thank you very much. I'm sorry to be over time. It's fine.
Many thanks, Dimitri. Great presentation. Now we have some time for debating before our coffee break, which will be served just outside. So does anyone want to? Matej.
I have a question thank you very much to both for very interesting presentations. I have a question for Luke. So I agree with your extensive explanation. I think all the steps are reasonable and make sense, and they are waterproof. I think I subscribe to what you said. Only one thing, is there really a distinction between a cascade application and a combined application, in reality? And secondly, if Article 2 is applied as a legal basis for these sorts of proceedings, then we are not in the third concentric circle, because then we are always within the scope of EU law, right? In that case, that the third concentric circle never exists, and then that of course doesn't mean that these limitation measures are not applicable, right? So I wonder which would be, if the values are not necessarily justiciable, if the values can serve as a standard for judicial review, if that's justiciable. I agree with this, about the distinction of direct effect and justiciability. Direct effect is about the capacity of invoking. I agree with you that individuals and other actors cannot rely directly on Article 2, but the court can still use it as a standard for its review. But once the court uses as a standard of its review, then this is certainly within the scope of EU law. So what would then be in the third concentric circle eventually?
Thank you. Pietro and Cristina, who goes first?
Thanks. Thanks for this both very fascinating presentation. I have a question for Luke. Also referring to this last slide, to understand whether the arguments about limits and the protection of the federal balance are developed in relation to the Court of Justice and the case law, or you put into the picture also the other institution. Also, because I see that in the third point, you refer to institutional and collective assessment. So I see that the whole argument here is based on the evolution of the case law of the Court of Justice, which has, of course, the final word. But do you see also any development the Commission tried in this Commission versus Hungary, but I mean more I would say collective effort to build an evolutionary approach of the foundation of the values on the ground of Article 2. So is the Court of Justice alone in this struggle, or there is a substantial endorsement by the other institutional actors?
Thank you very much, both of you, for your nice presentations. One point on Luke's presentation, I completely share your view on the use of values in Article 2, of the word values, and I mean your cautious approach in a multilingual legal order. I think, I mean, we have to take seriously legal text, because I mean we are working with that material, but I mean when we are facing EU law, I think we should be cautious. I think you got two nice examples from the German and Italian case law, but even, I mean, these examples are not so bad, because I mean, in both examples, the word principles and values, principe and vert, are used in the same sentence. I'm sure that in the Italian constitutional case law, there are many worse examples where, I mean, there is a specific reference to supreme values or something like that, which is actually terrifying. But of course, we do not have to take it too seriously, I think. But okay, then, I mean, when we interpret, I mean, when we try to understand what Article 2 is about, I think it is quite clear for most of us. I mean, this is the description of post-war constitutional democracy. And of course, I mean, there are some tough cases where it could be debatable if a specific policy is against post-war constitutional democracy, but there are many easy cases, and I think, I mean, we should not forget that. This debate about the normativity reminds me of the debate in the early Republican constitutional life in Italy about the normativity of constitutional principles. And I mean, I'm not aware of the fact, so this is just an informative question. I'm not aware whether this debate exists also in other member states, whether this debate exists also in Germany, but I mean, it sounds to me that it is exactly the same topic. I mean, do we have constitutional principles which are normative in the sense that every single legal actor, every judge, the public administration, we as legal actors can use, or are these just political affirmations? So I think it's the same debate.
Thanks so much for your presentations. I have a couple of comments. I want to start with the presentation given by Gaetana. Thanks so much. I do agree. I think that criminal law has been really a terrain of confrontation recently between the Court of Justice and Constitutional Court, and in a way it has contributed to clarifying the scope of some fundamental principles of European constitutional law. I mean, think of cases like Chemeloni, of course, or Taricco. I mean, no, about the very tricky issue of the procedural or substantive notion of some legal norms. Now, I think this is a very important aspect. So thanks so much. I want to explore with you perhaps the dark side of this, because you have deferred to the principle of mutual trust. That is an important pillar of some instruments of European criminal law, including the European arrest warrant. The principle of mutual trust has a federalizing nature, for sure. It also has a constitutional nature, if you want, but it might be constitutionally problematic to a certain aspect, especially when the Court of Justice has to do with national judges that are not independent. No? And there is, of course, it's a very interesting case law, the Court of Justice, in this respect. And that's why I think that both the Meloni and opinion too have been in a way, overcome, by judgment like Calderaro, for instance, etc. What do you think about that, about the possible role of mutual trust in the future of European criminal law? Thanks so much. And I also, I also have stuff for you, man. So, well, it was brilliant. So I learned a lot. As always, I'm a big fan of yours. I always enjoyed your stuff. But just another point on the normativity of Article 12. I think that another argument can be, in a way, inferred looking at the historical, let's say, argument. So we know that part of Article 2, comes from the previous version of Article 6. And in the previous version of Article 6 of the European Union, the word was principles. So so this means that we already knew that this stuff was characterized by a legal dimension. And that's why I do agree with the Court of Justice, which question the distinction between values and the principles. What do you think about that? Second thing, I'm really interested in your very last point about the possibility of deference. And my question is, do you think that Article 40.2 might play a role? We know that the Court of Justice has clarified that national actors cannot use Article 40.2 per se, as a shield to justify non-compliance. But do you think that Article 40.2 can be used in order to carry out a sort of proportionality test, which can be part of this deference thing? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Giuseppe.
I would also have a question.
Okay, so you raise your question, after which I will say a word.
Yeah, thank you so much, because I also really enjoyed your presentation. And well, if I remember correctly, you kind of had three kinds of possible ways of interlinks between constitutional principles and criminal law. So first, criminal law is based or gives expression to constitutional principles. Second, criminal law can violate constitutional principles, so it can be an attack. And third, it can be used as a vehicle to protect constitutional principles. Is that correct? And I was asking the last dimension. We were debating in Heidelberg for a very long time whether it would be possible to use criminal law more efficiently also in the Polish rule of law crisis. And I would just wonder what your views are on this, because we proposed to interpret, for instance, the provisions on perversion of justice, which exist in all member states, like when judges interpret the law in an arbitrary manner, that is a perversion of justice. In Germany, it's called Rechtsbeugung. whether that provision could be used to hold judges, for instance, in the Polish disciplinary chamber accountable when they violate Article 2. What your view on that would be? But I can also start answering questions if you want.
Thank you, Dimitri. So I have one question for you. If you can elaborate a bit more on the margin of appreciation thing. Now, Gaetana, first I have a comment. That is a partly unexplored issue, that is the procedural dimension of some of these values. So you mentioned the need for a transparent, evidence-based decision-making process in the field of criminal law, but I think that this may have some lessons for us also in other fields. So this is a point that perhaps deserves some further exploration. Now, I also have a question for you that is on federal balance. I remember that the late and regretted Paolo Carrozza once said that in order to assess how a federal order is made, you have to look into how much criminal law its constituent units have the power to manage. And when it comes to criminal law and the composite order of the European Union, how do you assess the federal balance or its predictable evolutions? I think that federal balance was sort of an elephant in the room during this session. So this was my point. I think first, and then.
Yes, thank you so much. So let me start with the question of Giuseppe. So mutual trust is, let me say, the problem of the problem of Europeization of criminal law. Being, as I said before, criminal law historically a very national law. But mutual trust is also the path criminal law can walk, can cover to start this process of Europeization. Of course, mutual trust is in criminal matters, let me say, easier to reach and to implement in let me say, the very first phase of a criminal trial, or more in general of criminal investigations. This is why, for example, mutual trust and cooperation was first of all implemented in intelligence activities, let me say, sharing information on for example, the planning of criminal activities, of course, transnational cross-border activities, and nowadays is maybe the most structured field where we can experience in criminal matter mutual trust. Let me say, a little bit more difficulties to implement this mutual trust in criminal investigation. I mean, when we have, let me say, overcome the threshold of the suspect, and we are facing notitia criminis, so we started a criminal investigation at the first phase of a criminal trial, and the problem is, in this case, the peculiarities of the criminal judicial systems, state by state, and the difficulty to use in the criminal trial information, evidence formed or collected under other procedural systems. And this is, for example, the challenge of the European Public Prosecutor Office. I mean, to overcome a traditional view in terms of voluntary cooperation between public prosecutor and implement, enforce a European level of public prosecution, of course, arriving at the last mile of the harmonization of offenses and arriving, let me say, after a process of the real Europeization of substantive criminal law. So to answer to your question, mutual trust need to, let me say, to be improved nowadays. I mean, moving forward and beyond the very first step of criminal investigation and intelligence to be implemented in criminal trials. And this is maybe the same key I would like to use to answer to your question on this capacity to enforce European values in criminal trials and criminal investigations. I mean, again, it's really difficult in a field characterized such as criminal law by this very impactive power of court to use measure potentially impacting on fundamental rights such as liberty, property, and so on and so forth. But again, there is room, in my opinion, nowadays for a step forward, a very national perspective in the enforcement of European values in criminal court. It's more and more frequent also in public prosecutor offices, the implementation even via soft law instruments. For example, there are very interesting cases implemented in the public prosecutor office of the Court of Milan in cases of terrorism or cross-border organized crime, of cooperation with public prosecutor offices based in different European member states, and I mean, implementation of very interesting forms, let me say, also extra ordinem cooperation with different public prosecutor offices to, let me say, implement in these very first steps and phases of criminal trial European values. There are very interesting, let me say, cases that must be, of course, furthermore implemented. But I mean, the challenges nowadays in criminal matters to find out, let me say, new paths of cooperation and implementation in a criminal trial of European law in criminal matters. I made you the case of terrorism and cross-border organized crimes, but for example, another very good, very interesting case is related to, for example, computer crimes or the problem of the use of digital evidence collected in, for example, another system to be used in a criminal trial based in Italy. So there are, let me say, nowadays, soft law policies and protocols agreed, shared by different public prosecutor offices to be further implemented in a criminal trial concerning transnational crimes, cross-border crimes, crimes with the effects producing violation of legal goods, not only in a national system, but in other member states, for example. And to arrive to the question of Giacomo, so the problem of federal impact of European values in criminal law. So I think there is another important challenge, and I mean the result of the harmonization of offenses that is very important in this. At this respect, and let me say this criminal indicator of the level of democracy and compliance with the rule of law of a certain legal system, national system, is absolutely true. I completely agree with this, because from this point of view, criminal law, criminal powers implemented in the courts could be a sort of stress test of democracy in a legal system. And from this point of view, the Europeization of criminal law and criminal justice can be a little piece of this process of democratization, because it's really a stress test, both from the double perspective of the protection of the interests of the victims and of the fundamental guarantees of the accused person. And this is, for example, a very concerning problem in the implementation of the preventive measures applied in some cases, for example, mafia type organized crime, that are substantially criminal, but not equipped, not completely equipped with the compliance of fundamental guarantees. Nowadays, the core business of criminal law in some matters, such as organized crime, is the application, the massive use of preventive measures. And this is another important stress test that can also, in terms of compliance with the rule of law, to be played by criminal law, criminal justice.
Well, thank you. Dimitri? Okay, I will try to be brief because I guess you all need coffee. Matej, you asked essentially, what happens, or how does this work with the scope? If we apply Article 2, don't we ever or always trigger the scope of EU law? You are completely right, and that is also the reason why I said, you cannot really see it here, but why I noted that this is beyond the scope of other EU law. So that is always the question. But you're completely right that once we trigger Article 2, once we apply it, then it triggers the scope of EU law. And the question is what happens then? If Article 2 applies, doesn't it trigger Article 51 of the Charter? Doesn't then the Charter become applicable to the member states in their entirety? That's a question. And that is exactly what András Jakab argues, for instance. In my view, personally, I argue that this entire doctrine concerning the scope of EU law must be completely rethought. It doesn't serve its purpose anymore. It doesn't do justice to the complexity that we face here. And I think it needs to be rethought. It doesn't work as it is anymore. And we see that also with regard to the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice with regard to Article 51 of the Charter. It's a mess. It's a meandering case law. Nobody knows exactly what falls within the scope, what doesn't. It's a mess. So we definitely need to rethink that. And this is probably just, the last point here. With regard to Christina, has there been an endorsement of the Court of Justice's case law so far? I would argue yes, by the other institutions. If we look into the rule of law conditionality regulation, for instance, which is probably the most important legal act adopted by the European institutions so far, so with broad political agreement between European Council, European Parliament, and so the legislator in itself and the member states, then we see that there are so many references to the Court of Justice's case law. The entire preamble is basically full. So we have an endorsement here. What I wanted to say with this institutional prong, here with this collective assessment is that the Court of Justice, of course, can take into account the assessment of other institutions. It should so, because that actually kind of increases its legitimacy. It could take into account the rule of law reports by the Commission, the assessment of other constitutional courts, but especially also the Venice Commission, the UN human rights bodies, because all these bodies pronounce themselves on what happens on the ground, for instance, in Poland. And by using these sources also visibly in its judgments, and the Court of Justice usually doesn't do so, would increase its legitimacy, because, it's a collective assessment after all then. So going to Pietro, yes, you're certainly right. There has been exactly the same questions were already debated in Germany in the 50s and 60s. Carl Schmitt coined the term of a tyranny of values in a very small piece already in the 50s with regard to the early jurisprudence, Wertejudikatur, so Tyrannei der Werte in German. And there was a huge debate, actually. Also Forsthoff, one of his pupils, kind of followed him in that regard. And also Bottenförde, also a later judge elected by the SPD to the Constitutional Court, and was a pupil of Carl Schmitt, by the way, so interesting lineage. Anyway, defended exactly that view and criticized the founding legal order on values and the use of values in legal interpretation and constitutional adjudication. However, I think that most judges in Germany today agree that what was meant with values was simply to overcome, it was a chiffre, to overcome the positivism after the second, after what happened in the Third Reich and the positivist judges then. That is basically what Bernhard Schling say, what Gertrude Löbe-Wolf says, what Stolleis says, one of the most famous historians, legal historians in Germany. So they basically say, what was meant was from the very beginning just important constitutional principles, and we needed something. We wanted to make them more important so that they kind of justify radiating into the entire legal order and justify the constitutionalization of the EU of the German legal order. That was the idea. So with regard to Giuseppe, yes, Article 60 EU, yes, it already contained principles. Now, your argument is basically that because Article 60 EU in the Nice or Amsterdam version already called them principles, that is an argument for Article 2's legal value. One could also say, no, but look, there was a shift from Article 6 to Article 2. So they included values. So the principles became values. What happened, right? That actually kind of is an argument against their normativity. I would say, well, my argument personally is that that with the notion of values, again, a little bit like in Germany, the founders of the drafters of the treaty wanted to express that these principles are of primordial importance in the EU legal order. They wanted to make them even more important because what values are, if we look into, for instance, sociology, Niklas Luhmann, he says they are final grounds of authority. A value cannot be questioned. It's an ultimate justification. So it is a stop on further reflection, so to say. And that is the reason why we can found a legal order on values, because they cannot be questioned, so to say. I would make another argument that with regards to Nice and Lisbon and Amsterdam, at that point of time, if you look into the TEU, Nice and Amsterdam, the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice over the principles in Article 6 was specifically excluded. And that specific exclusion vanished with Lisbon. So today the Court of Justice has general jurisdiction under Article 19 TEU. And that, I think, is a very strong argument to say, well, that comprises Article 2 as well. With regards to difference and margin of appreciation, let's treat this together. I'm very skeptical of national identity and Article 4, paragraph 2. Extremely skeptical. I don't think that this is actually a useful and productive template to process conflicts at the European level or between the levels. What my argument is that constitutional courts should, once they actually express a problem with central national constitutional principles, they should try to translate them in terms of Article 2 values. They should say, look, and that is actually what was at stake in Tariko. It was human dignity. Human dignity is in Article 2. Why do I need national identity? I don't need it for that purpose. I can simply say, your own standards are problematic here. And you don't actually hold to your own, you don't comply with your own standards. This Article 2 should be the platform on which we actually process these conflicts, not Article 4.2. Article 4.2, and we see that in the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice, is about extremely strange particularities that cannot be captured by EU law. So, for instance, language requirements, these are the cases. But constitutional principles that can be translated into EU law, that is not what Article 4.2 is actually useful for. That's my view. With regard to the margin of appreciation, very shortly, there is no doctrine of a margin of appreciation at the EU level yet. And I am not the biggest fan, I must say, of that doctrine for many reasons. However, I think that the further, if we look into here, to this graph again, the further we go beyond the scope of any other EU law, it might become a useful template, like a sliding scale. The further we actually venture beyond the scope of other EU law, the more margin of appreciation the member states should have. That's, of course, a very blurry line, but I think that might be a way forward. But I have much more to say here, but I think I would, I don't want to rob you of your coffee break, and we can talk about that in more detail maybe over the coffee.
Thank you. Thank you, Gaetana and Dimitri. Now we have some time for the coffee break, which is just outside. And I think we will start again at, let's say, 5:10, 5:15. There will be a presentation by Professor John Morijn, who is attending remotely. And thank you.
Abbiamo una registrazione monetaria per fare l'editing, ti ricordo io poi di riattivare.
Pausa.
Posso fare sopra il numero del dato?
No, grazie. No, va bene. Okay, so you can hear. So this is another important session in which we are stepping forward the concretization of the European Union values. So the first step was the judicial enforcement that is
not a minor kind of concretization of European Union values, but then, well, the great problematic of European identity, but here is shown like constitutional identities in the plural, so there is something here that matters in a different way, and values in European political parties regulation. So these are the subject matters, and the first speaker is John Morijn, Hertie School of Berlin and Chair of Scientific Committee of European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. Let me recall, he's an assistant professor of law and politics and international relations at the University of Groningen, Netherlands. He also an LLM from the College of Europe and a PhD in international law from the European University Institute of Florence. He's a member of scientific, we said, of the European Union Agency. His main areas of expertise are Dutch, European, international human rights law. And, but now he's focusing for us, and thank you for very welcome, and thank you for being among us and deliver this paper, Values in European Political Parties Regulation. Thereafter, immediately after, we will have some question and answer time reserved to Professor John Morijn. These are the directions I got from Professor Delle Donne, and thereafter we will have appropriate space for the paper from Professor Pietro Faraguna. Okay, so thank you very much. Yours is the floor. John.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. And of course, I'm desperately sorry that I'm not there with you in Pisa. Thank you so much for your invitation. Of course, I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in Pisa. As you were having your coffee, I was here overlooking the dismantling of the Christmas market here in Essen. I'm in Germany at the moment for a big conference of the Mercator Stiftung that finances my chair at the Hertie Stiftung. I think Dimitri would agree that dismantling a Christmas market in the 13th of March would actually be covered by Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. Of course, it's a very German tradition, but I know that there's also many other good friends there, Anna, Giuseppe, and Matej. And I saw in Matej's LinkedIn post that you are facing two big screens, so I hope that you will be able to follow my the subtitling that I give to my my talk on the screens. So what I plan to do is to give you an overview first of the origin and the content of the regulation that deals with this issue. Then I want to give you some information about the new Commission proposal tabled in a couple of years ago that is now pending but deadlocked. That also has some links with Article 2 enforcement. Then I'm going to explain to you to what extent the mechanism that was created by this this regulation specifically to enforce Article 2 values has actually been used at all. You'll see that I can be pretty brief there because it was never actually used. But I think we need to broaden our perspective, and that will be the next part of my presentation. That it has had several side effects of various other dimensions that we need to take into account when we look at Article 2 enforcement. And then at the very end, I will use your brain power there in the room in Pisa for some questions for discussion. I think that some of the things that Dimitri was already mentioning, namely the super rapid development of Article 2 enforcement, also put in a new perspective questions about what would be the added value of this mechanism in the first place, this specific mechanism. So that will be my talk, and as was said, I need to leave by 6, so I'll keep my talk relatively short, and then hopefully we have some time for discussion. So, in terms of the regulation itself, I'm not going to go through all of the history. I wrote an article about that, as some of you may know. What I want to stress here specifically is quite how the specific values enforcement mechanism was developed in this specific regulation. So first of all, we need to understand here what is the current definition of what a European political party is. It's basically a federation of national political parties. So that should come from at least a quarter of the member states. And to be able to get access to funding under this regulation, so access to EU money, you need to register. And one of the registration conditions to be funded as a European political party. And I'm going to talk here shorthand only about political parties. This regulation also applies to foundations, basically the think tanks. But to get access to that, you also need to comply with values. And for this registration, the requirement is that you need to observe, in particular, a political party needs to observe, in particular in its program and activities, Article 2 values. So this is essentially a self-certification in a public letter. You need to do a sort of a declaration, quite literally, that in the way that you're going to not only develop your political program, but also how you put that into action. You comply with all of the values laid down in Article 2. And as Dimitri has already laid out, that's of course very wide and much more than just a regular rule of law, democracy, and fundamental rights. This particular regulation lays down a specific procedure for values compliance checking. So it's laid out in Article 6. There's the European Parliament, the Council, or the Commission, but also a group of citizens. And this was actually clarified only in a recent update that it can be a group of citizens that had become practice. Can ask for can ask a specifically set up authority for political parties to trigger this specific investigation in whether a European political party complies with its values. And that authority then needs to ask a committee of independent eminent persons for an opinion about how this should be evaluated. On the basis of that opinion, authority will then make up its mind and give a proposal to both the Council and the European Parliament. And the European Parliament then only votes when they object to the proposal of this authority. And the criterion here is there should be a manifest and serious breach of Article 2 values. If all of this is then leads to a decision to indeed find a problem with Article 2, that will lead to deregistration and therefore also defunding. So of course, this is really a super complex procedure, and at the time, and I was involved in negotiation of this as a Dutch diplomat, everybody had on their mind the possibility of the synchronization with Article 7, etc. That's the reason why it's such a top-heavy procedure. Now, of course, all of you are dying to know who are in this committee of independent eminent persons, because it was never actually put into practice. And here are the 6 people who are currently on this committee. And you'll see that some people, none of them seem to be, at least to my mind, well-known academics. I've actually been, I haven't been able to track who they are, but would be interested in discussing what can be expected of people with their background. What's important is that in the regulation, it's actually saying that every new mandate of the European Parliament, a new committee needs to be appointed. So only the European Parliament has so far done that after the result of the 2024 elections. The Council and the Commission have yet to do that. Part of the reason why there's no rush is, of course, this committee leads a bit of a dormant existence. So going to the second part of the talk, which is about Commission's proposal to adapt this mechanism a bit further. The most relevant changes that the Commission proposes are that it will be outlawed, according to the Commission's proposal, that a single member of European Parliament can be a member of different European political parties. This was actually something that sometimes happens. So the same member of European Parliament could then basically count towards the minimum number of minimum number of members of European Parliament that were necessary to actually constitute the European political party and therefore get access to funding. And this is particularly prevalent in the more right-wing radical party part of the European Parliament. So you could say that if that would ever become the law, that could have an indirect consequence in terms of Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. But what's much more significant is something that I'll show you also on the next slide, the specific wording. But there's a new wording about the obligation on a European political party to push for their national party members to also observe Article 2 values. But as I'll show you on the next slide, because I just wanted to show you the wording itself. The scope of this is would be quite unclear, and also to the extent to which this would change, the focus specifically of this regulation on the political party as a unit. So this is the actual wording that would be added to the regulation. Here you say that the obligation to comply with political with Article 2 values also is incumbent on the members of the national national political parties. So not only to the umbrella of the European political party, but also the members, the national members. And you see that, and that you see under E, there would also be an obligation for the umbrella to sort of enforce that these values are actually complied with the national political parties. This is an interesting legal solution in the sense that, as you may know, previously at least, now the situation has changed, I'll come back to that later, but previously almost every mainstream party had also bad apples. So for example, the Fidesz was in the European People's Party, which can be considered, of course, a mainstream party. We had Babiš from the Czech Republic in Renew, and there were almost every big mainstream party had sort of a bad apple, and that became, I think, part of the reason why this specific mechanism was never really used, because all of the parties sort of had an impetus not to rock the boat, because then this could come back to harm them, because there would also be criticism of the bad apple that they were harboring themselves. So it's, like I said, it's unclear how this would affect the current situation, but at the moment this situation, this negotiation is already deadlocked for about 1.5 years. I'm often in contact with people in the European Parliament about this, and it's not deadlocked on the kind of clauses that I have just told you about. It has something to do with financing percentages. Apparently there's a big disagreement about that between the European Parliament and the Council, and the Council has now decided no longer to continue the negotiations, so there will have to be a new proposal there. But the kind of things that I just pointed out to you could, in theory, and I'll come back to that later, also have effect on the way that values can be enforced through this regulation. Now, when I come to the part, how is this actually being used? How has this Article 6 that I pointed out ever been actually triggered by the authority for political parties and foundations? Well, clearly it hasn't, because otherwise all of you would have been aware of that. So that also means that this committee of independent eminent persons that I showed you, and that is in existence, but none of us have ever seen in action, because it was never asked any questions. And this, of course, raises the question: is why was this clause never used? Is it because of political reasons? Some of the things that I speculated on earlier that the Commission wasn't willing to trigger it because it actually relies on political support from the European Parliament and therefore doesn't want to rock the boat in the Parliament? Is it because in the European Parliament itself there was never sufficient support? Because if you criticize another political party, you may also expose the fact that you also have bad apples in your own mainstream party. Or is it because it was simply too difficult for groups of citizens to trigger this clause? I was once involved together with Professors Alemanno and Pesch to try and trigger this on the reasoning that also a group of citizens can trigger it, and then we got into a strange conversation that even the ombudsman had to say something about that only physical signatures were accepted and not just the names in digital format. So it seems that you know, even if attempts were made, it was never really successful. Well, my main point for you today is that we should not actually only focus on the non-use of the explicit values enforcement in this regulation, because I think that there's at least 3 other ways that are indirectly indicative of the kind of effect that this could have. The first thing that happened that had an effect has actually nothing to do with the verification procedure in itself, but the very fact that initially, when this regulation came into force, it was particularly radical right-wing parties or politicians who did not want to register, and you need to register to get access to funding. And I've sometimes speculated that it may be politically too damaging for them to openly say in a published letter that we, a political party critical of the EU, hereby pledge our allegiance to the EU's founding values. Of course, that's would be a contradictory kind of statement to do, but it has had this has had the effect that, as compared to previous compositions of the European Parliament, a lot fewer of these parties are actually now registered and therefore funded. So this has sort of led to some sort of consolidation of these kind of parties within the European Parliament. But as I have just shown, this letter by the ID, which has now become the Patriots Party, sort of the biggest opposition party, which unites all the big radical right-wing parties like Meloni, Fidesz, Wilders, Flanders Interest, etc. They have openly signed this letter, and you know, they're now on record that they promise to uphold these values both in their program and their actions. There's also other types of sanctions and a cordon sanitaire, I think, that are useful for this kind of discussion to be held comprehensively. What a lot of people have probably not realized is that, in fact, the authority has imposed 2 types of sanctions twice on other grounds for registration under the regulation. And one of these decisions was against what is now the Patriots and used to be called ID. It was in 2023. And I wanted to show you the kind of decision that was taken and how it was justified. And there you can very clearly see the link with values enforcement. Because this was a decision by the director of this authority that said that this Identity and Democracy Party, that is now the Patriots, had lied about who was on their board, had provided incorrect information, and therefore they got a sanction of about 60,000 euros. And you see on the left of your screen, you see the actual decision, and on the right of your screen, you see the press release that accompanied that by the director. And interestingly, the very first treaty article that is actually mentioned as a justification for this decision is Article 10, Paragraph 4 of the Treaty on European Union, which lays down the democratic nature of European political parties. And you see on the right that also these other measures, short of you know, the direct and explicit values enforcement mechanism, in the view of this director, contribute to the resilience of democracy at EU level. And he was saying that if you provide incorrect information deliberately, then you're also undermining democracy at EU level. And therefore, I mean, you could basically say that this is just another more indirect way of enforcing the value of democracy, for example, without triggering this super complex mechanism in itself. Now, interestingly, and I didn't know that until recently, in fact, this political party sued. And there's now a case pending before the Court of Justice specifically on this. They tried interim measures, but there the president of the General Court denied that. But the case is still pending, and one of the reasons why this case will be interesting to follow is, first of all, I am sure that when the hearing will take place, of course, the patriots will make a big show out of this case and say that it's undemocratic to limit our democratic mandate. So this is case T118923. But one of the claims that they make is, in fact, that Article 6 of the regulation, which is the whole mechanism that I've just described, is in itself illegal. I think it's very unlikely that that the court will go with that, but it's interesting as an opportunity for the court to actually be able to look into the legality of this regulation and specifically this mechanism. So this will be something to look forward to in if you're geeks like all of us in this room, this could be an interesting case also about values enforcement. But one of the other things that of course is now taking place, and this is a quote from my very favorite publication in the European Union, Hungary Today, which is an outlet that is a Fidesz outlet. They mentioned that that von der Leyen's open criticism and ruling out in the election campaign of working together with the patriots, basically a cordon sanitaire, was of course itself undemocratic according to the patriots. But you know, I think that in itself, this statement and the confrontation that we saw between von der Leyen and Orban in European Parliament was itself another way to say that you can enforce these kind of values also with respect to European political parties and political groups. So this leads me to the final thing that I wanted to discuss with you, and that is simply, there's quite a lot of open questions here that are interesting to discuss. And the main thing I want to discuss with you is the first bullet, and I'm going to talk you through it a little bit, because the very criterion for this mechanism to be triggered is that a European political party needs to observe, in particular, in its program and its activities, Article 2 values. So I think that everything that I put between brackets here, or quotation marks, raises their own legal questions. Because if we start with, what does it actually mean that in your activities as a European political party, you somehow cause such outcry or such outrage that this would justify triggering a procedure that would could lead to your deregistration as a European political party and eventually your funding. It has been totally not discussed to my knowledge, and I know that some people in the European Parliament are thinking about this. What actually would be the relevant activities? It's clear what program is paper, but what would be the kind of activities that could trigger for the authority for political parties that you're violating your pledge of allegiance to Article 2? Would it be political statements or speeches that you would give? Imagine that I gave a completely xenophobic speech in the European Parliament on behalf of, let's say, the patriots. Would that be an activity that could trigger a situation where I could be deregistered? Is it a voting behavior? If I would support a openly racist resolution, for example, in European Parliament, could that be the trigger? Or is it something that I could do, for example, participate in a neo-Nazi protest as a political party, walking all behind the flag of the patriots? Or could it be something like support for the Russian aggression, which of course is also clearly against Article 2 values? These are very fundamental questions, but the issue is we have no idea what activities are in the sense of Article 6 of the regulation. And of course, that may be part of the reason why the authority finds it safer to go for more formal grounds like providing the wrong information than to go for this more interpretive kind of exercise. The second thing here, equally important, is if a European political party in its program and in its activity, so is that then only the program of the European political party as a unit, and should we keep that political party as a unit of analysis, or could it also be something that is done only by one of the component member parties or one of the politicians that is involved? I mean, make this more concrete. Could the obligations of the patriots be, as a European political party, be triggered under this if only, let's say, Geert Wilders did something outrageous? I mean, that's unclear, particularly because of the new developments that are in this pending proposal. And this is, of course, something that would need to be assessed more clearly to make this operational. And so far, we have not really done that kind of analysis. And then the last part is that they need to observe in particular. Well, in particular is, of course, wording that is not exhaustive. So is there any other things then in your program or your activities that you can do and that can be so damaging that this Article 2 is triggered? I cannot really immediately think of something like that, because it seems that most would be covered by activities. But is there some form of inaction, for example, that could justify the triggering of Article 6 of the regulation in that regard to enforce values? I mean, it's legally possible if you look at the wording here, but we don't know the answer because it was never discussed in that way. Now, the second thing is that I showed you this committee that you have never seen and that is already existing. But can Article 11 of the regulation actually be read more broadly, or is this really only linked to this regulations task of having this specific value compliance mechanism in the regulation itself? Or could there be a wider use of this committee in other Article 2 enforcement scenarios? I think that if you look at the wording, and you see that here, I brought it just to show you, it's very specifically linked only to the task of verifying the compliance record of a European political party. But I know for a fact that some members of European Parliament are thinking about whether in other regulation or whether a new law that would promote values compliance, this committee of eminent independent experts could be referred to give it other tasks than just for this regulation. And I think that this is something that we should also start thinking about. Are there actually any other fields of values compliance that we all are thinking about, where we could actually have the benefit of an already existing committee that could then finally get a task? The third and the fourth I will be much briefer about, because Dimitri already talked a little bit about some of it. But of course, as you all know, the situation with the current the European Parliament is that there has been dramatic shifts, both in terms of the political composition of this, but also in terms of the fact that for the first time, many of the biggest players on the right wing, radical wing of the European Parliament have actually started cooperating. They're now, I think, the third largest opposition party and the biggest opposition party and the third largest party in the whole of the European Parliament. So has that somehow changed for any of the actors that can trigger this mechanism, the calculus? Will it make it easier, for example, if von der Leyen wants to threaten the patriots, for the Commission to trigger this mechanism? Or would it be possible for the other mainstream parties to trigger this mechanism as European Parliament? Or should we try again as a group of citizens, given this new political situation and the fact that the patriots are much more powerful now, to try and get this triggered so that we put it on the agenda of the European Parliament? Also, these kind of questions, I think, are now on the table. And then the very last question.
John?
Yes.
Are you close to conversations?
Yes, this was the very last bullet that I wanted to
Are you
cover.
going to close?
Yes.
Sorry, are you going to close to end?
Yes, I am.
So
Yeah.
thank you. Okay.
So the very last point is really this, that given the fact that there's such a incredible development in all sorts of other routes, Dimitri spoke at length about that, but also Matej. I think that this enforcement method that specifically focuses on European political parties has come to stand in a totally new light. We have to think anew what would be the added value here, for example, with regard to political measures like Article 7, the cordon sanitaire, legal measures like infringements, or budgetary conditionalities, which, for example, and that will be the last thing I'll say, is if you now target, for example, Hungary with budgetary conditionality, of course, you could say that you're also indirectly targeting a particular political party, namely Fidesz. You make their political calculus different. So this means that we have to rethink a little bit what is the comparative added value of this particular route with regard to all the others. So that's what I wanted to say. Sorry for going a bit over, and happy to take a few questions.
So, Professor Morijn, thank you very much. It was a very, for me at least, that I am not so aware of the details of this very complex regulation. It has been really very, very instructive, and there is some passion in your attachment to European Union values, especially the rule of law, something that I have seen also elsewhere, not just here, also in some intercourses on X and Twitter, in which you are, which I am your follower, and not by chance. So thank you very much. There is something that our audience would like to ask. The opportunity.
If you wish, I can bring you the microphone.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So let's take first our guest, and thereafter. Okay.
Fine.
It's okay.
Hi, John. I was just wondering about two things. So the first one is, isn't our bigger problem the fact that the rise of far-right and right-wing parties that are illiberal in general, they do want to achieve the change of interpretation of those values that are in Article 2 of the treaty, and this is a really big political task. So what's your opinion on the limits of law in this regard? And the second, isn't it responsibility of member states to ban certain parties? Because I assume that they allow candidates to stand in European Parliament elections, right? So how can we prohibit this if this is not prohibited on the member state level? Thank you.
Okay, so we can gather.
Thank you. Another question, Professor Delle Donne.
Thank you, John, for your presentation. My first point is I'm a bit skeptical on applying appealing to the Committee of Independent Eminent Persons in other Article 2 domains, since this sort of reminds me of the three wise men that who were involved in the difficult handling of the Heidelberg case back in 2000. So maybe you were referring to something different, but at first sight, I'm a bit skeptical. And then I have a comparative comment. In fact, what you said about the difficulties in condemning activities and programs of European political parties. What's the relevant unit of analysis? I was thinking of the German party Alternative für Deutschland, and there again, the difficulty of finding out the relevant unit of analysis when dealing with how unconstitutional this party is, how anti-system its activities are, what does it mean in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Professor Martinico?
Thank you, John. When I ask you to elaborate a bit more on one of your final points, that when you refer to the possibility of a broader interpretation of Article 11 of the regulation, I see the potential advantages, but I also see a lot of the problematic implications. Could you please tell us a bit more about that? Thank you very much.
Okay. So
thank you, Professor. No other questions?
No other questions, so allora lo spengo e facciamo, ragazzi. So, Professor Morijn, it's your turn to answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you, Anna, Giacomo, and Giuseppe for these questions. To start with the question of that both Giuseppe and Giacomo referred on, so it's not really my idea to say we should use this existing committee for other things. It's actually what I hear is now some plans within the European Parliament. So I think that we should prepare for the possibility that this will actually be soon somehow politically proposed. My point, Giuseppe, was, Article 11 of this regulation very clearly limits the role of this committee to the scenario that the authority, after being approached either by the European Parliament or the Commission or the Council or a group of citizens, decides to start an investigation in whether a political party complies with Article 2, and then it issues its opinion within 2 months. So I think that the wording is so strict that you cannot actually read it more widely as a matter of this regulation itself, that the committee could do other wider things as a matter of this regulation. But I think it could be quite possible that if you think of a role for a committee of independent experts, and I share your initial skepticism to Giacomo there. But I mean, let's take this specific example, right? I think it was an absolutely huge mistake for the Commission to simply, on a promise of better days in Poland, release 130 billion euros in funding while the problems were still very much of Article 2 nature in Poland. So you could imagine that rather than relying purely and solely on discretion, political discretion for the Commission in some of these scenarios, you would say the Commission in that kind of scenario, which are really analytical, should not do this purely politically, but should be obliged to ask for the opinion of an independent committee. That's the kind of scenario here that I imagine that these politicians have in mind. So it could be, you could think of a committee of independent experts in the context of other Article 2 enforcement scenarios, and there, Giacomo, what you're asking about is, of course, this experience that we had in the Austria situation was very clearly a political assessment, but you can imagine that depending on the kind of composition that this committee has, you could also ask for more kind of technical assessments sometimes, and that would be the kind of scenario that I'm not proposing, but I know that will likely be proposed by some parliamentarians in other scenarios of Article 2 enforcement. And then to my friend Anna, do I actually think highly of the relevance of this this kind of scenario? Well, the bigger problem is that, in fact, right-wing radical parties often now use the possibility to change the interpretation from within, and that therefore there's a limit to the legal possibilities to sort of box them in. Absolutely, part of the reason why that basically relates to the last bullet that I showed. I think that this instrument was built for a different era, when the element was still, when the problem was still much more contained. And I think that when you start applying this in this new era, where first of all right-wing radical parties are much bigger, but are also much better organized, and rather than rejecting being in any way associated with EU law, they now embrace it. They go on record with a letter to say that they, in their program and actions, comply with values, and they actually go to court to make a public case about this. So there's a completely different calculation, and therefore I totally agree with you that you have to be thinking twice whether this kind of scenario can also not be turned against you when your bottom line is protecting values, that it can also have very serious negative consequences, particularly when you're targeting political parties, which of course have a much more direct democratic legitimacy than some of the other tools that we have in our toolbox when it comes to Article 2 enforcement. And then the last question that you asked, it's an interesting one, because you said, isn't it actually up for 2 member states to make sure that these kind of candidates do not stand for election in the first place? Can these not be banned from standing for election as a member of European Parliament? There my answer is really quite clear. The national, of course, European Parliament elections are sort of 27 in parallel organized elections that lead to a single parliament, but the right to stand for election is a right that you directly have as a matter of the EU treaties. So I don't think that you could have widely diverging practices of when you can run for European Parliament elections across different member states, because that would be a problem of EU law directly, where in fact the European Commission may be forced to actually sue a member state, start an infringement for having stricter than guidelines of when you can actually stand for election for the European Parliament and other member states. So I don't think that it would even be desirable for different member states to have different kind of standards in that regard. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say.
Very good. So thank you very much. I don't think there are other questions. So what can we say? Good evening, and thanks for your participation. We will think of you in the meantime, and we will pass to the next speaker. That is
ciao.
Ciao. It is Professor Pietro Faraguna, that all of you know, but well, I believe it is true. But I have my duty to present Pietro Faraguna, that is associate professor of constitutional law at the University of Trieste, and the law clerk has been at the Italian Constitutional Court. He received his PhD in constitutional law from the University of Ferrara and has been an Emile Noel Fellow at the New York University. We also met in New York, His main research interests concern constitutionalism, populism, and constitutional identities in the European Union. All things that you all have studied, and all of us tried to understand. So it's a great opportunity, because the title of the subject here today is precisely about European identities and eternity clauses. So it's your turn, your floor. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Giacomo, and all the colleagues from Sant'Anna for this beautiful invitation. It is nice to be here with many old friends and colleagues, and hopefully some new colleagues, certainly, and maybe also some new friends. The important thing is that the number of friends does not diminish, but only increase. So, and by far, I think it is going this way. Let's say that, I mean, when we talk about identity and constitutional identity, the very first caveat is about terminological ambiguity. Dimitrios was mentioning that with regard to the interpretation of the word's values. I think with identity, this is even harsher as a challenge. And this terminological and conceptual contestation raises serious challenges to any academic discussion about constitutional identity or national identity. And this is one of the first problems. Moreover, within this ambiguity, the expression constitutional identity has been loaded with rapidly changing emotional content in the latest 20 years, let's say. 20 years ago, identity, constitutional identity was a super positive concept in contrast with sovereignty. Sovereignty was something old, to refuse, connected to world war and these kind of things, and confrontational international relations, while constitutional identity was okay. Nowadays, the scholarly debate, emotional temperature, I think, is quite different. I mean, at least in some point. Within the framework of the European scholarly debate, constitutional identity is absolutely not a novel notion. There is one entire chapter of Carl Schmitt Verfassungslehre, and this is the second reference to Carl Schmitt in this conference, Hans Kelsen 0. So there is one full chapter about constitutional identity, and so this means that, I mean, we are not like discovering something new in the latest 20 years. And recent developments suggest that even though this is a global notion, and interesting enough, the two main monographic references about constitutional identity in the international literature are written by US scholars in the last 20 years. I'm referring to Jacobson and Rosenfeld. I think that it is quite clear that Europe has some kind of Sonderweg about the development of the concept of constitutional identity. And I think there are good reasons for that. There are two main reasons. First, Europe is a very small continent with many inhabitants and a deep legal integration within this strong and deep heterogeneity. The second one, the European Union is founded on treaties providing for an explicit identity clause in Article 4, paragraph 2. And this is something rather unique in the global scenario. Of course, these two elements are somehow connected. So the European Union has an identity clause because the European Union needs an identity clause, and the European Union needs an identity clause because it is a deeply heterogeneous supranational space with a deep legal integration. And of course, I mean, law follows social needs or political needs, and somehow law follows also history. So I think that somehow an historical perspective, I think it's very useful to interpret and develop the concept of constitutional identity. I will not do that in a didascalic way here because I think we are all somehow familiar with that. But funny enough, ambiguity is a big problem with identity, and in the European Union we should expect that since there is an explicit text providing for an identity clause, the ambiguity should be a bit smaller, while I think it is true the contrary. I mean, if we try, I think most of us, we have written a lot about identity clause. If we try to remember by heart Article 4, paragraph 2, I think it is almost impossible. I mean, because the formula, it's very long, and the formulation, in whatever language, the formulation is quite badly written formulation, maybe we can say that. Nonetheless, I mean, if we just take the part that we are more interested to, so the union respect national identities inherent in their fundamental structures, political and constitutional. For example, I mean, there is no reference to fundamental rights. And I think, I mean, should we expect that the protection of fundamental rights is not connected with constitutional identity just because, I mean, there is no mention somehow? Someone is debating and arguing this point. I'm somehow, I think, at some pieces by De Witte and Monica Klaes, and I think, I mean, this is an issue connected with the interpretation of the clause. Is this clause protecting constitutional or national identity? This is a question that was raised very often. Is it a legal or a sociological notion? What is the connection between the mentioned fundamental structures, political and constitutional? Is there any connection with the protection of fundamental rights? So we can formulate many problems, and this is a typical problem of constitutional law, of course, and even more a more typical problem with EU constitutional law for the linguistic reasons that Dimitrios already stated before. In the very first formulation of the identity clause in 1992 in the Treaty of Maastricht, the ambiguity was even stronger. So the formulation was a formulation connected with, let's say, merely political manifesto, but it is interesting that references to constitutional identity emerged largely before the introduction of the identity clause in 1992 in the Maastricht Treaty. And this is because some constitutional courts, the Bundesverfassungsgericht and the Italian Corte Costituzionale, we all know that, already engaged a dialogue, let's say, with the Court of Justice about the possible tools of protection of national constitutional peculiarities, let's say. I think this is an important specification, that the whole story starts with some pressure from the member states, because it testifies a dynamic of action and reaction that, in my view, is a good perspective to grasp the evolution of constitutional identity discourses in the EU and in the member states. The first formulation was a consequence of the pressure put by member states' constitutional courts, and it is, I think, quite interesting to read the reference in Zolange 1 judgment about the reference to the identity of the constitution, because there, I mean, in the Zolange design, it was, I mean, as long as there is no directly elected parliament, as long as there is no list of fundamental rights. And I mean, this is quite clear, the impact of this dynamic of action and reaction. Now we have a European directly elected parliament. Now we have a Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. I mean, it is quite simplistic to identify this process, but I think it's a true process. So the point is important. It shows a connection, a clear connection between the introduction of the identity clause and eternity clauses. And I mean, it was identified by the legal scholarship, I think, at an important piece of Schill and von Bogdandi maybe 15 years ago. But to be more precise, it shows a connection between the emergence of the identity clause and doctrines of unamendability in the member states. Not all member states have constitutions with explicit eternity clauses. Many member states, let's say most of the member states, developed judicial doctrines of unamendability. And there is no direct overlap between the use of the constitutional identity concept and the existence of an explicit eternity clause in the national constitution. However, it was only with the approval of the Treaty of Maastricht that, I mean, the treaties were complemented with an explicit clause. And that those times the terms of the clause were rather even more ambiguous. It is important to locate the introduction of the clause within a context, because this was one of the instruments used to balance colliding forces. On the one side, centripetal forces pushing in the direction of a stronger and deeper political integration. On the other side, let's say state-centered centrifugal reluctance to transfer too many competences to the supranational level. And to make this story short, the Maastricht Treaty introduced some counterbalance within the process of deeper economic and political integration, and the identity clause, I think it's part of this counterbalance, along with the principle of subsidiarity, a significant number of opt-outs granted to specific member states, and the design of differentiated integration tools. Nonetheless, for some decades, the identity clause has mostly been considered as a political statement with a very light impact on the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice of the European Union, and even on the jurisprudence of member states' constitutional court. To be more precise, I mean, the clause did not make any explicit reference at those times to constitutional elements. Textually, it only referred to national identity, and above all, that was kept out of the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice. And I mean, this is a big difference, and therefore it is quite natural that the clause was only interpreted as an interpretative complement, let's say. However, the political message was clear and I think rather precious, particularly in those countries in Central and Eastern Europe who that joined the Union, had joined the Union recently. And I mean, this was somehow an idea that after regaining their sovereignty, I mean, they were not losing the sovereignty within a supranational entity which worked in a similar way as the Soviet Union, let's say. However, as mentioned, the legal impact, in my opinion, was rather limited. So it makes no sense to make a specific list and reference to the case law of the Court of Justice after 1992. I mean, we had some cases vaguely referring to identity-related argument, but it was only after 2009, after the approval of the Treaty of Lisbon and the legalization of the identity clause, that the clause had some impact on the case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union. But here again, funny enough, the impact was much stronger on the case law of supreme and national constitutional courts than on the Court of Justice of the European Union case law. And this is funny enough because, of course, this clause seems directed firstly to the Court of Justice of the European Union as the final interpreter of the treaties, and the clause is included in the treaty. While if we screen the jurisprudence of member states, supreme and constitutional courts, they started to use the concept of identity more and more, sometimes in a direct way, sometimes in an indirect way. And here again, I mean, it makes no sense to make a list, but of course we remember the Landstova cases, the Ios cases in Denmark, and of course the Tariko saga, and so on. So a European clause had a small impact on the Court of Justice case law and a big impact on national courts. And funny enough, on many cases, in the latest 10 years, there was a specific reference from referring courts to constitutional identity, and the Court of Justice consciously decided not to pick up the identity-related argument, to leave it there and to decide the case in another way. And I think even before, in the conversation between the speaker of the previous panel, I think that, I mean, the Tarico case is a quintessential example of that, because I mean, that was probably the first reference referring explicitly to the identity clause by a constitutional court of a member state. And nonetheless, the Court of Justice did not even refer to the word identity once. And I think that this design, I mean, even though the court designed the arguments also under European arguments, not connected to Article 2, but I mean, in my opinion, that would have been far too far for this historical moment. But they referred to the argument connected to the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, even though, I mean, there was space to discuss on that level, the court left that argument aside. So, in light of these developments, the legal scholarship started to signal that the identity clause had an impact on the constitutionalization of the concept, and started also to denounce the possible risks arising from this clause. Also because this concept has been started to be used in a abusive sense. So there is another stream of case law, mostly coming from Central and Eastern European member states, and of course the Polish and the Hungarian saga we are all familiar with is the quintessential example, where the notion of constitutional identity, firstly developed by Western European constitutional courts, then picked up by the treaties and by the Court of Justice, has been started to be used in a different sense, and interestingly enough, both by judicial actors and by political actors. I think that Hungarian and Polish saga is interesting from this point of view, and I will be back on that point. I mean, who is the interpreter of national constitutional identity? And I mean, even in the abuse of national constitutional identity, the interpreter, the abusive interpreter, has been both a judicial actor and a political actor. In view of this manipulation, some scholars argued that we should completely abandon the notion of constitutional identity. I'm referring to Fabrini, Sayot, maybe also Kelemen and Peck, and so on. And I mean, in my personal view, of course, I mean, every argumentation is admissible, but this is not a great idea, and maybe it is not even viable for one reason. I mean, the identity clause is part of the black letter of EU law. I mean, it is there, it is written there, and so we cannot say, okay, that was a bad idea, let's leave it aside and let's forget it. And second, that I think that, I mean, advancing a sort of theoretical aberration of the identity of the concept, just because there are risks emerging from the abuse of it, I think that's not a good idea. I mean, probably it is a signal of success of the notion. And I'm often drawing a parallelism with democracy, of course. Once democracy gained the position of a winning concept in the public law vocabulary, then, I mean, nobody openly asserts himself or herself as an opponent of democracy. And then, I mean, the opponents of democracy are just trying to manipulate the contents of the concept. And I think something similar is happening with constitutional identity. And I mean, what are the remedies and the reactions? I think the remedies and the reactions are emerging in the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice of the European Union. The latest Court of Justice, Court of Justice of the European Union developments show that national constitutional identities should be respected as far as they are constitutional identities and not unconstitutional constitutional identities. And what are unconstitutional constitutional identities? Are manipulations of the concept in contrast with the principle, with the basic principles of constitution, with those principles enshrined in Article 2. Then, of course, we will have many problems of interpretation and application of this contrast. But I think it's an important point, the fact that Article 2 and Article 4 are both fundamental principles of the treaties. And I mean, they have the same legal standing, and as a matter of constitutional interpretation, I mean, it is a matter of balancing between these principles. And I mean, member states cannot use national identity as a tool in order to violate the basic principles enshrined in the same treaties. And I mean, this is the official position of the Court of Justice nowadays. I mean, developed in the case law that was already mentioned, I mean, starting from the Portuguese judges and then with Repubblica and so on. And even in procedural terms, the Court of Justice has started to develop a theory in RS, and then, I mean, in even more recent judgments. It is a matter for the Court of Justice to interpret the consequences of the application of Article 4.2, while it is a matter for national actors to interpret the content of national constitutional identities. And I mean, of course, this is working pretty well in theoretical terms, but then, I mean, do we have procedural tool to make this design workable? Maybe not that much, and I agree with the fact that probably in these cases the preliminary reference procedure does not work in the correct direction. I mean, we will need a preliminary reference procedure from the Court of Justice to national constitutional courts in order to ask constitutional courts to interpreted the content of national constitutional identity. And the other reaction was the development of the concept of a European constitutional identity as a limit of the abuses of national constitutional identities. And here again, I think it is an interesting development because it is showing again the process of action and reaction. The identity concept has been introduced because of the pressure of the action of national constitutional courts. The concept of European constitutional identity has been introduced in order to react to the abusive manipulation of the concept of national constitutional identities by national constitutional courts. And I mean, this process is has been progressing in the latest 5 to 10 years. I mean, recently probably there are some developments in the next future. We will probably see other developments. A couple of days ago, the opinion of the Advocate General on the European Commission versus Poland case was released, and there, I mean, this kind of procedure is designed quite brightly, even though in some parts of the opinion of the Advocate General, it seems that it is the Court of Justice who has the full duty of interpreting not only the consequences of the application of Article 2 or of Article 4.2, but even the content of that. And probably, I mean, in this part, the opinion is a bit worrying. So, just to conclude and to discuss some open points. So, the RS design is workable nowadays. It connects national identities with the European use of Article 4.2, but probably we need to develop further procedural tools in order to make this even more workable, or maybe we need a new constitutional design. 25 years ago, many scholars, Weiler, Peter Leinset, and so on, were discussing the need of a hybrid Euro-national constitutional court, at least for some content, for some competencies. And I mean, probably the increase of constitutional conflicts of this level makes maybe not exactly those proposals actual gain, but I mean, the fact that we should think about that once again. And then, I mean, those conflicts are generating the problem of who is the final arbiter of the content of national constitutional identities. Of course, we could maybe agree on the fact that the member state should have its say on that, but who is in the member states the authority competent to have its say that on that? And this is interesting, for example, in the Polish saga, because I mean, the constitutional courts are not the only arbiter of the constitution and of constitutional identity. And of course, governments are sitting in the hearings of the Court of Justice, but government may change. And for example, in the European Commission's versus Poland case, it is quite telling the fact that the government is now not resisting anymore to in those hearings. The following open point is the changeability of the normative substance covered by Article 4.2 by correspondent national actors. So, is the inclusion of a normative substance within the spectrum of constitutional identity in the European sense the consequence or the source of the unchangeability of that content? Probably not. I mean, we have a nice example with the Irish abortion case. This was considered for a long time a case of workable political protection of a national constitutional identity, but we probably all know that Ireland has changed the constitutional protection of the abortion ban. And on the other direction, we have the Italian trial decision in Germany, where on the contrary, part of the constitution may be changed exactly because of the fact that it is not compatible with primary regulation of the European Union. And finally, the Taricco case. I mean, does the Taricco case mean that not even by constitutional regulation we could achieve the same effect that the first Taricco decision was trying to achieve with regard to the Italian legal system, in the sense that, I mean, not even a constitutional statute could reinterpret retrospectively the calculation of the statute of limitation? This would be quite too far. Last point, we should probably be very cautious with the possible introduction of intra-constitutional normative hierarchies. Identity-related arguments, I think, push in that direction of introducing layers within the constitutional discourse, and I think this is very dangerous, and this is somehow contrary to a pluralistic idea of constitutional law, not in the sense of European constitutional pluralism as the doctrine we are usually referring to, but in the sense that, I mean, basic principles of constitutionalism are plural in their ontology, in the sense that there is no pyramid within the constitution, and also for this reason the basic principles are usually referred to in a plural sense, because there is no one single trump principles, because this is incompatible with the idea of, in my opinion, post-war constitutionalism. Thank you very much.
Got to say earlier that Professor Faraguna is one of the main writers on the supreme principles. And therefore, I mean, you have seen that he's working with them again in a very deep way. And so there are a lot of questions that, of course, come from the audience. And so you want to start with? So we have two of you, and we have also Professor De Carlo.
Professor.
The microphone. Come on.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Pietro, for your talk. I have actually one question regarding the interrelationship of Article 2 and Article 4, Paragraph 2. Because if you look, I mean, you said that these, I mean, and also the court says that these provisions have the same rank, and it repeats this now in more recent case law, especially with regard to Poland in the infringement procedures. However, it also says, and I quote, Article 4.2 cannot exempt member states from the obligation to comply with the requirements arising from that provision, Article 2. So Article 4.2 cannot exempt the member state from these values. So they have to be respected in any case, also in areas that pertain to the national identity of a member state. In my view, in my reading, this speaks against any kind of formal equivalence or equality of these two provisions, because the one is stronger protected than the other, so to say. What to make of this now? I mean, eventually the values, the union's constitutional identity trumps the national identity. So we have a certain kind of substantive hierarchy between the two.
Thank you. Other questions, please?
Thank you very much for it. Was an excellent presentation. I enjoyed it a lot, and I will just continue on what Lucas said. And two things. First of all, things get really complicated once, to refer back to my talk today, once this overlapping consensus is broken. The problem of national constitutional identity wouldn't be so contentious if the values in Article 2 would be still common to all the member states. Since two member states decided that they're playing a different game, things have become really complicated. But, and I think that Article 2 is not just European constitutional identity, because it's not just European constitutional identity in terms of EU constitutional identity, but the identity of the Verbund, exactly. Exactly. But now, and to be a little bit provocative, who started all this identity stuff? It wasn't the National Constitutional Court. It was the Court of Justice of the European Union. And the two landmark identity rulings were, of course, Van Hendenloos and Costa. Because the gist of the identity is to stand for its own autonomous legal order, right? And when the Court of Justice of the European Union made this sovereignist claim to the ultimate legal authority that it has also the EU has its own autonomous legal order, this legal order is autonomous in two terms, in two senses, in a formal sense. So in terms of the institutional infrastructure and who has the final say on the borders of this legal order. And if a legal order is an autonomous one, it also has substantively stand for something. So I think it was that it must protect certain values. And I think it was that started the reaction and counter-reaction. And I think it was more or less uncontentious as long as one of the member states decided not to play this substantively the same game. However, if the claim of the Court of Justice of the European Union is plausible and admissible, that it has its own legal order, then also, as long as the member states haven't given up on their own legal sovereignty, so the member states also can preserve their own autonomous legal orders. And I think it's wrong in terms of black letter doctrinal law, what the Advocate General said in the case that you referred to, that it is the Court of Justice of the European Union that has the final say on the limits of the national constitutional identity. Because this makes no sense. There is no national constitutional identity or an identity of any particular legal order if this identity can be determined by an actor which is outside of that legal order. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Avbelj. Let's get in order. Professor Wojcik.
I mean, I haven't completely thought this through, but maybe it's like the national identity, constitutional identity should also be covered by the principle of non-regression, because like the Polish constitutional identity was okay with the principle of judicial independence until the court was hijacked in order to implement one particular policy and to reject something that was not rejected before. So if we think about constitutional identity that could cover maybe new things, I don't know, like issues related to biopolitics, whatever, like some new technological developments, and then member states could argue that, oh, okay, maybe we don't want to recognize something because it's still like blurred. There's no agreement in Europe on this, whatever, but there was an agreement on judicial independence. So I don't know, maybe we could interpret it in this way.
Thank you, Professor Wojcik. Professor Martini.
Thanks, Pietro, for this very fascinating presentation. I have some questions. The first of these questions has to do, again, with historical argument. I know that there was, I mean, in the pre-Lisbon scenario, that norm, limiting apparently the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice. But it is also true that there were important opinions given by advocate generals, in which, for instance, advocate general Maduro in the Michaniki and in the Rodman case, in which the advocate generals try to use Article 6 and this reference to national identities to, in a way, they give more arguments to the Court of Justice in very sensitive cases involving the respect of the constitutional structure, we will say, of the legal system. It's curious that probably the opinion in which the Advocate General tried to dig in a kind of deeper manner was an opinion involving the Greek legal system, which, as we know, doesn't have a proper constitutional court. But again, I think that there is a lot there, and I think that it has been in a way unexplored. So I don't know if you have had the opportunity to look at this pre-Lisbon, context, because I think that there is a lot in terms of seeds of this kind of identitarian wave that we have experienced, after the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty. And then this leads me to my second point, which is more comparative in nature, because I remember the very nice article by Vlad Padru, about identity to federalism. He said, well, the European Union is a kind of very unique form of federalism, which has this strong commitment to pluralism as codified in Article 4.2. And they argued that there are no, similar provisions existing in other proper federal systems. It's actually, I have tried to, explore if this is true, and the only norm which, in my view, resembles the content of Article 4.2 is Article 3 of the Swiss Constitution, which, however, speaks of sovereignty. Sovereignty is instead the term which does not appear in the word of Article 4. No, it reads, the cantons are sovereign except to the extent that their sovereignty is limited by the federal constitution. So my question is just out of curiosity, if you share the point made by Vlad Padru about the unique nature of this notion, or if you have found other examples at national level. Final point, I do agree with you. Article 40.2 is part of our legal system. We cannot avoid that. That it's there. So I don't buy the argument made by those scholars who want to avoid the potato. At the same time, because of that, I think that the move of the Court of Justice is very interesting. Instead of allowing illiberal populists to monopolize the concept of identity, they try to rehabilitate it. I mean, identity is not only a wall, dividing, me from the others. It can be also a mirror or a bridge. I mean, the connecting. The identity is not only sameness. It's not only Schmittian. Okay, so I'm very much Tackersenian, but 3-1. Very much Tackersenian. So I think that this kind of message, I mean, said by the Court of Justice makes sense. I mean, and that's all. It's more a comment. But thanks so much for this inspiring session.
Thank you. First Spieker again.
Maybe because we are also drifting now into a certain discussion, but because I was thinking, you basically said that more or less quoting Advocate General Maduro saying identity is lost if it is not self-defined, right? So, but at the same time, what we face here in Article 4.2 is a notion of European Union law. And as such, I mean, I simply fail to see how it can be any otherwise than that the Court of Justice eventually interprets it. So of course it can kind of refer a little bit to what the courts are referring to, but I mean, eventually it's a notion of EU law that the court is tasked to interpret. If that is so, then maybe we have also to accept that Article 4.2 is not congruent to the national constitutional identities. And that is exactly what the Federal Constitutional Court in Germany accepted in more recent judgments. At the very beginning, it said Article 4.2 and the German national constitutional identity, they go hand in hand. But in later judgments, it said, well, no, that's actually not really the case because our national constitutional identity is protected by the Eternity Clause. So it cannot be that public policy exception that the Court of Justice has kind of developed Article 4.2 into. So, so maybe we are talking simply about different things here.
Fine.
Other questions? Well, I would have a question, but it's late. Okay. Better, yeah.
Okay, so I will be also quite short. Giuseppe, it was a comment. Thank you very much. I was not aware even of the fact that the Article 3 of the Swiss Constitution was somehow connected to that. I remember that piece, but I mean, my mental degeneration is going far and far. And so, I mean, and I think it's terrible to learn that we have something to learn from the Swiss Constitution. This is something. Okay. So, no, I mean, on Dimitrios' question, which is connected to Anna and to Matej, I think, I mean, we are around the same points. I mean, I would not place national identity as a notion defining an area of competence. I would say that. I mean, if you define that as an area of competence, then there could be this kind of dilemma that you have mentioned. I mean, no, it is they are on the same level, but they are not. And I mean, let's start from there. I think as lawyers, we have some formal methods, and I mean, Article 4 and Article 2 are legal sources having, I mean, on an equal footing just because of formal reasons. I mean, they are in the same legal act, and so, I mean, they have the same legal force. I mean, I think this is true by definition for lawyers. Then, of course, the point that you have mentioned is a possible counter circuit that we should avoid. Because otherwise, I mean, it makes no sense. And as lawyers, we should make sense of the laws. And I think this is somehow possible if we explain that the identity clause and both Article 2, they can have many different functions. Let's start from the fact that it can have a function in the action of the union with external actors. And let's mention CADI, for example. No, I mean, this is something that makes sense. And then even internally, I think national constitutional identities, they may play very different roles. And I mean, there was this nice systematization, I think, designed firstly by Kuma. It can work as civil disobedience or as consensus objection. I mean, I'm fighting against a rule because this is violating my identity and I want this rule to be changed for the whole union. Or I'm not fighting against the rule is fine for everybody, but not for me, please, because I mean, I have some peculiarities. For example, I mean, I don't know, the substantive interpretation of the statute of limitation. I mean, the Italian Constitutional Court decided to highlight this characteristic as something peculiar of our legal order. So if we interpret these possible functions, and of course even the non-regression principle, I mean, the protection of constitutional identity, as long as it does not violate the principles of Article 2, may be, I mean, they can be reconciled by the idea that once you reach a certain level of compliance with constitutional democracy, you cannot go back using the argument of constitutional identity. This is, I mean, a way of interpreting the equal footing of these clauses in a way that make sense. And of course, who started this action and reaction? I mean, it is an interesting point that we could also, I mean, start the story a bit earlier, but then we could add, okay, but who started all that? The member states with the treaties, because now they have developed that. And I mean, I think this. Yeah, but it was a strange organization, I mean, enacting rules that were able to directly affect the position of single individuals and enterprise and so on. So, I mean, I think that's, I mean, it is an interesting intellectual exercise, but still, I mean, it is somehow reconfirming the idea that there is this continuous process of action and reaction. Thank you for your questions. Yeah.
Oh, very good. Very good. So thank you very much. It was inspiring. I would like to stay here forever. This is, you know, an identity matter for scholars to stay here discussing about identity, especially European identity. So since decades, we'll have a future on these matters. Therefore, we are glad for this. This will not finish today, and especially because you will be here tomorrow, but I will not. So thank you very much to all of you. I miei saluti, and congratulations for your speech.